Interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
And we're live. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the very first edition of Financial News. We're back after the summer holiday with a new look, more team members, and more ready than ever to join the new era of Financial News. Before we get started, I would like to personally thank each and every one of you for supporting our project and our live streams throughout the last year or so. This rebrand wouldn't be possible without you. Also, a big thank you to everyone for supporting us, and a big thank you to the team members as well that worked very hard this summer in getting the shows ready. Before we get started, I want to rest assure everyone that anything you hear or see during our live talk shows does not represent investment advice nor a solicitation to buy or sell contracts for difference or cryptocurrencies. Financial instruments, as you know, are complex products that carry high risk, so you better do your own analysis before making any investment decision. And of course, if you like what you see, like, share, subscribe like you did in the last year, and support us in delivering more great content. With this being said, ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin for the very first time from Europe to South Africa, from Limassol to Cape Town and London. This is Financial News. US markets open, coming up. Right. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, once again, and welcome to the very first edition of Financial News. It is time to meet the team members and see what they have prepared for you. So let's start with Reiaan Hobson, my reliable co-presenter from the sunny South Africa. There we go. Very good afternoon to you, Reiaan. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm actually good. How are you?
I'm good. I see you're very cold, man. Is it chilly in South Africa?
It was surprisingly rainy this morning. Actually, when I dropped off my son, I didn't expect it. But anyway, we're still surviving the side.
So should I change my my intro? Joining us from the very cold South Africa, Reiaan Hobson.
No, not for long. Maybe in the next few weeks, everything will change, definitely.
Did you, how was your summer, Reiaan? Did you miss the talk shows?
Of course I did. Look, especially when you look at other things like natural gas, what you're talking about always, that one actually shipped up, and I wish I could explain that for you. But we are back, so I will have more for you.
Well done. You're coming back for the second quarter with a brand new show called Money South Africa, which will run every Monday and Wednesday at 1900 hours CET, or South African time. Tell us more about it, Reiaan. What is the show all about?
It will be a bit of a twist because I will now look at the small businesses in South Africa. Those are the people who actually really do the hard work. Like I would look at your construction companies, I would look at your restaurant owners, I will look at your real estate investor, and I will actually have someone of real estate tonight. Your footwear and clothing industry is literally taking off in South Africa by surprise. if you look at the conditions of South Africa, you would think that industry would have not do so well. And then my main concern is actually the restaurant owners, and I will definitely get people on who will talk about the hospitality and leisure industry in South Africa. So I would look specifically to the small business owners, because they are the people who actually literally have to wake up every day, grind everything out, and provide for their family at the same time in difficult situations. And those are the people that we need to interview. And I will do my absolute best to get the fair point from them so that they can explain how our conditions in South Africa and how the future look, especially the money in South Africa.
Brilliant. So what will people be seeing in your show, Reiaan?
They will basically see I don't like to use the word the common man, but the person that literally provide for his family every single day. Wake up, go. There was one post that literally hit me hard, where one was actually posting he didn't take a salary for 74 months now straight. Only thing that he did, he took money just to cover his basic, that is his rent and his utilities. But for him to survive, he didn't take any money out of his business. So those are the people, he literally look after his workers first before himself. And those are the people who need to be on the show, basically Monday to Wednesday. And those are the people that I want actually to interview. Those are the people who literally takes the heart out of South Africa. And those are the people I'm looking forward to interview.
I'm looking forward to that. So today is your first show, correct?
Correct. Today at 7 o'clock South African time, I'm actually looking forward. Mololeki Property Group. He's a brilliant guy, come from the most humblest conditions, didn't even finish school. And he's doing real estate. I'm actually looking forward for an interview for him tonight. And literally we can get his perspective of how the property market is in South Africa.
All right. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Right. Reiaan, stay with us for a bit. And thank you so much for your intervention. Don't go anywhere because you're my co-presenter. I'll get back to you in a couple of minutes. Now, let's welcome the second guest, beautiful people. The man with the Hollywood voice, the one and only, Brad Alexander, CEO at FX Large. Brad, very good afternoon, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, and congratulations, Andrew, on the launch of Financial News. I'm looking forward to doing Brad's Eye View every Monday and helping you out where I can. It looks awesome.
Thank you very much, Brad. It wouldn't be possible without you on board. You know that, right?
I'm going to ask for a raise then. My agent will be in contact with you. How's that?
No worries. Can I pay you in crypto so we don't pay taxes?
Well, depends which crypto.
I'll pay you in Dogecoin, of course. Now, you have your new talk show that will run every Monday at 1800 hours CET. What can you tell us about the show, Brad? What will people learn from it?
Well, basically, I like to look at every aspect of trading, right from fundamental analysis through to technical analysis, the indicators available, and what's going on in the markets. I always profess that we look at the fundamentals first, and this week we've got a lot going on. Goldman Sachs just launched a very interesting report on commodities today, just this morning. It impacts oil, copper, aluminum, depending where you are. We've got a lot going on with indices and equities. We've got a lot going on with U.S. taxes. Inflation is up this week, not just the U.S. Everybody's talking about U.S. inflation, but there's also Canadian and UK inflation. So there's lots to talk about, lots to go through. And if you let me we'll talk about tennis. It was pretty awesome this weekend, but maybe not, maybe some other show.
Right. Yes, you can talk about tennis. There's no problem about that. My only question would be if people would join to talk about tennis. Right. So tonight is your first show. Are you ready for it, Brad? How do you feel? Nervous? Excited?
No, I do webinars all the time, and I'm looking forward to this. We've got lots to talk about. My problem is getting it all in the time allotted. So we'll see what happens this afternoon. Looking forward to it.
Well, you have a good 50 minutes or so for the show, so I'm sure you can squeeze a lot of valuable information in that time. Right, Brad, thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you in a couple of hours, at your talk show.
Thank you, and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Right. Thank you so much, Brad. Stay tuned. Right. Now, we have another member of the team that will join us every week for Incendiary Market Insights. The one and only Neil Wilson, joining us from the heart of London, Chief Market Analyst at Markets.com. Good afternoon to you, Neil. How are you?
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, I'm very well, thanks. Yeah, how are you?
It's been a while. Did you miss the talk shows?
Yeah, no, it's been a funny old summer. We've been lots happening here. Obviously, lots of time off as well, which has been really nice. So, but it's very much, I think, once that Labor Day hits in the US, you get that sense that you're back into the markets and back into back into trading properly again.
True that. How are you, and how is Markets.com doing? I hear today is a big day for Markets.com. So I want to take the opportunity to say a big happy birthday to Joe Rundle, Markets.com CEO. So there you go, Joe. Happy birthday and all the best.
Yeah,
I'm
sure he's celebrating.
Sorry?
I'm sure he's celebrating with one of his homemade gins, I think.
Okay. Are you ready for the second quarter, Neil?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. Obviously, I think over the next few months, it's going to be quite an important time for the market, because we've had this sort of grind higher, particularly the US. That sort of grind higher. It's been a market that's been well conditioned to buy the dip because of TINA, because there is no alternative. But I think maybe we're starting to see the market just in the last few days has not really lived up to that. And I think it's now we're into a new phase where we're dealing with persistently high inflation. I don't think whatever the Fed says about that is true. I think the supply, because it's the supply side that's the problem, supply chain shortages and so on, bottlenecks. I think that's going to persist for some time. Last week's PPI number from the US was exceptionally high at 8.3%. So I think you're dealing with a market now that's got to look at potentially slowing growth plus persistently high inflation plus a Fed that's looking to taper. So it's going to be I think we're going to see volatility in return over the next 2 to 3 months.
I can't wait to see and hear more and more from you, Neil. How often will you join us? Because usually you are joining us every Monday and Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. Are you going to join us?
I'll do my best whenever you call. So just let me know, and I'll do my best to join.
Right. Okay. Hopefully, I'm going to see you Monday to Thursday every day at 1400 hours or around that time, around the opening bell. Right. Neil Wilson, everyone. Neil, thank you ever so much for joining us.
Cheers.
And I'll see you in a couple of days. Take care.
Yeah. Perfect. See you.
Right. Ladies, gentlemen, traders, it's time to meet the newest member of the team, everyone. Entrepreneur, trader, and trading coach. Again, from the sunny South Africa. Tyron Schultz, everyone. Tyron, very good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good in yourself.
Always good. I haven't been this nervous, to be honest. I'm going to be honest with everyone. I haven't been this nervous since I got married, basically. Now, how excited about your first show today? Tell us a few words about your show. What will people be seeing during your talk show, Ty?
So yeah, I'm super excited to do the show. I think people that will tune into our show will see a lot of my technical understanding of how I look at the market. It will also give opportunities for people when they do their own research to look at certain pairs. But it's also to give people an understanding of what my thought processes are when I trade. So that will be super amazing. So yeah, so I'm super excited for that. I have a few things up my sleeve for this afternoon's show. It's starting at 5 South African time. So yeah, I'm super excited.
Awesome. So you're going to be doing the live trading every day, Monday to Thursday, correct?
That's correct.
Absolutely brilliant. But I have to ask you something. Do you give investment advice during your live trading shows, or are you soliciting traders to follow you while trading or buy or sell CFDs or cryptos?
No, not at all. I don't give any financial advice or any trading advice. What I do is I just share my thoughts and processes on things I'm going to do in the market. People need to know that trading is risky, so they need to make their own trading decision and also look at what they think will be best for them when they do take any trading decisions, but I don't give any trading advice.
Exactly. So, ladies, gentlemen, traders, please note that Tyron is an experienced trader that trades his own money, and he's doing it for demonstration purposes only. So please do not copy his trades. If anyone does that, please understand you're doing it at your own risk. Okay? Trading carries risk. Please know that. And Financial News, its fellow members, directors, and presenters do not hold any liability in case anyone decides to trade based solely on the information that they get during our live talk shows. Okay, trading does carry risk. It carries the high rewards as well, but you need to do your own analysis based on your own personal circumstances. Right, this is it. So, Tyron, you're going to start your show in about 1 hour from now, right?
That's great.
Right, I'm looking forward to that, and I'm sure everyone is looking forward to that as well. What will you be trading today? Can you give us a hint? Currency pairs, commodities, where will you go?
I'll basically focus on currencies today, maybe looking at GBP, JPY, Euro, JPY. That's my favorite two pairs. So I'll basically do a breakdown on what my viewpoint will be for the next day or two, and also look at maybe some of the fundamentals that might influence that two currency pairs. But what I'll do is I'll basically do a breakdown from the first point when I start engaging with the chart to maybe look around where I'm going to take the trade. So it's going to be very interesting and sharing people my thought process, not giving too much away, but enough information for people to understand what I'll look at.
Brilliant. And very, very important, not giving anyone investment advice or encouraging anyone to follow your actions. Okay, please make sure you're going to have a disclaimer at the beginning of every show.
No problem. I'll do that.
All right. I'm looking forward to see you in action, and I'm sure everyone else is. So, Tyron, thank you ever so much for joining us now. Big welcome to the team, to the Financial News team, and I'm looking forward to see your show in a couple of hours. Take care.
Thank you, Andrew.
Right, ladies, gentlemen, traders, let's take 30 seconds, and then we're going to come back live with Reiaan Hobson. That's going to give us some insights about the markets today, because I'm going to be honest with you, I did not have a lot of time to prepare the market news. So, quick 30-second break, and then we're coming back live with Reiaan Hobson. And the U.S. market's open. Why not?
Keep your finger on the market pulse with the News Alerts tool. Stay up to date on the latest sentiment across all the major asset classes. Uncover bullish or bearish signals tied to specific assets that could be developing before major price moves, and track how news sentiment correlated with price in the past. Track the news volume on an asset, its fear index, and get a better feel for its underlying strength. All with News Alerts, your central hub for market information. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Right, back, ladies and gentlemen, with Reiaan Hobson. There we go. Hello, Reiaan. Right, Reiaan, what's happening in the markets today? Because I told everyone, I was honest, I didn't have a lot of time to check out the markets today, and we're only 10 minutes ahead of the opening bell. What have you got for us?
I think the market is actually more concentrating on what is going to happen with inflation news tomorrow. As what Neil was saying actually quite nicely earlier, with the price producer index last Friday, it actually hit the market I will not say by surprise. The market was expecting a bit high inflation, but not that at 8.3% for the year-on-year for the PPI inflation. And obviously it has to do with the bottlenecks that is in the system. Like even in South Africa, we are actually experiencing quite difficulty, especially the auto industry, where they're actually waiting for rubber is actually is scarce in South Africa, and it needs to get imported. And there's a lot of other materials, also the chip shortages, that is also a problem. But obviously the focus is on the United States, especially when you look at the FX market, commodities, and your equity markets. So basically the market for today is basically sitting still, and only the commodities, which is basically my favorite, that is actually moving upwards and is in the green. If you look at the crude oil inventories, crude oil is actually up by 1.2%. 2.2%. If you look at natural gas for the day, is about 3% up. Now, I did actually throw the bones last week, Friday, if you can remember my show last week, Friday, where I said there's a high possibility of natural gas actually moving quite stronger. It's just some research that I did on natural gas, where I looked at the possibilities if natural gas can increase over the next few months until next year. And there was actually a weather broadcast from Farmers Almanac, the guys that are actually there since 1792, 230 years of experience on weather. And they projected that there will be a nail biting, or as they say, to the bone, blistering cold in the United States. And that could actually give the potential for natural gas to increase. And also, if you look at the storage of natural gas, normally this time of the year in the United States, they are bulking up gas for the winter period, and it's below actually historical levels. And that is a bit of a concern, because if the Farmers Almanac, with 230 years of experience, explain or to say, listen here, there's going to be a heavy cold coming, you're supposed to stack up for the winter period. And funny enough, also in Europe and in Asia, natural gas prices, natural gas, let's stay there. Now, natural gas prices increased quite drastically in the Euro area and also in Asia. And it looks like there is a bit of a supply constraint also when you look at natural gas. And that could have the potential of also lifting up other commodities, also maybe oil, copper, and those type of things. So for commodities front with high inflation constraint, supply constraint problems, that sounds like inflation to me. Andrew.
Right. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Right. We're about 7 minutes ahead of the opening bell. Let's have a quick look at the economic calendar. This is what I can help you with today. We're going to have a look at the economic calendar, and then we're going to have a look at some charts to see how the most traded assets opened the trading week today. So without further ado, let's have a quick look at the economic calendar. Bear with me. Let me zoom in a bit. There we go. So in about 6 minutes from now, along with the opening bell on the U.S. front, we're going to have the ECB President, Christine Lagarde, holding a press conference. And at 2100 hours, we're going to have the federal budget balance. This is basically it for Monday. Let's move on and see what will happen on Tuesday in the economic calendar. We're going to have some data release after midnight from Australia. Yeah, followed by industrial production coming out from Japan. And nice and early at 9 o'clock GMT plus 3 tomorrow morning, we're going to have average earnings index plus bonuses, claimant count charge, and employment charge, as long with the unemployment rate on the British pound. And the unemployment rate on the British pound is expected to come out at 4.6% versus the previous 4.7%. Shortly after that, we're going to have the producer price index on the Swiss franc, Spanish consumer price index. We're going to have German Baba President Weidmann speaking at 10:35 GMT plus 3 tomorrow. IA monthly report at 11 o'clock GMT plus 3, followed by, again, a German official holding a press conference. And then as we get closer to the opening bell for the U.S. markets, we're going to have the core consumer price index year over year and month over month for the U.S. dollar, followed by manufacturing sales on the Canadian dollar. And later on in the evening, we're going to have ECB member McCall holding a press conference as well. Wednesday, we're going to have a lot of announcements. Again, in the economic calendar, we're going to have the consumer price index and the producer price index coming out nice and early on Wednesday at 9 o'clock GMT plus 3 from the United Kingdom. We see the French consumer price index coming out as well around 9:45 on Wednesday. We're going to have the Italian consumer price index, wages in the Eurozone, very, very important, and industrial production. That's until lunchtime. Wednesday afternoon, again, we're going to have quite a few announcements on the US dollar, export and import price indexes. New York Empire State Manufacturing Index, the core CPI coming out on the Canadian dollar. Yeah, ECB press conference. And of course, we're going to have the crude oil inventories Okay, and the crushing crude oil inventories after the industrial production. So things will start picking up a bit in the afternoon on Wednesday. On Thursday, again, we're going to have a cascade of announcements in the economic calendar. So the volatility this week might be very interesting. Right, ECB President Christine Lagarde will hold a press conference again on Thursday at 1500 hours GMT plus 3, so 1 hour ahead of the opening bell. Okay, a lot of announcements on Thursday, and then finally we're going to close Friday again with announcements coming out nice and early from the pound, 9 o'clock GMT plus 3, followed by a couple of announcements in the Eurozone. Yeah, we see the core CPI and the consumer price index announced at lunchtime GMT plus 3 on Friday. Okay, and then in the afternoon, we're going to have the usual speculative net positions announced on the US front. Now, Reiaan, we are a few minutes ahead of the opening bell. What do you reckon? Should we have a look at the charts and see what's happening?
Yeah, definitely going to look at the chart, especially if you look at the commodity charts. I think that is a bit easier when you look at.
Only today, I'll do you a favor. I'm going to start with crude oil WTI, yeah? Because usually I never start with crude oil WTI, but I'll do it for you today. Right, let's have a look at the markets. There we go. Yeah, we can see crude oil WTI trading at $70.25. Okay, marking little gains, but still gains from the opening bell. Wow, what a nice rally. What a nice rally. Last week, we saw crude oil WTI gaining.
Absolutely, and but there's still a bit of question marks when it gets to the crude oil inventories. But that is a bit touch and go. Unless crude oil maybe cut out the 70 mark, then maybe I would look at the buying option. But other than that, it looks a bit messy for now.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. Again, we're not here to tell people what's going to happen. No, we're here to give them the information, and then hopefully together, we can help them understand how things work. Let's have a look at the euro, which traded to the downside on the European trading session today. It only started picking up a couple of hours ago, and we currently see the euro trading at 117.95 versus the US dollar, only a few minutes ahead of the opening bell. Very interesting. Now, looking at the charts, for beginner and experienced traders, we got to keep an eye on this level, 118.11. Okay, seems to be the level that the price will test to the upside for the first time, if this upwards movement will continue. Now, looking at the pound, guys, amazing movement on the pound on the European trading session, 138.45 with the RSI and the stochastic pointing upwards. So, I don't know. Reiaan, would you agree that if we're going to see this level broken after the opening bell, probably traders will move their take profit targets a bit higher towards the 138.92? Does it make sense?
Maybe, I would say, not in the back end with quite a strong dollar trade today.
Right. I must say, I love your confidence. If a couple of months ago you were telling people what to do, what to buy and what to sell, now you're more compliant than ever. I love your confidence. What happens when compliance gets involved? Right. Let's move on. Let's see what's happening. USD JPY trading to the downside, a couple of minutes ahead of the opening bell, 110.03. And by the looks of it, we might see trading even lower. Okay, and if I were to draw a line from left to right, we might see the 109.93 being tested as soon as the US markets open. The Aussie dollar, Reiaan's favorite after crude oil, 0.7372, a bit of positivity today for the Aussie dollar from what we see, pushing to the upside a couple of minutes ahead of the opening bell. Okay, let's see. So the US dollar seems to be weakening overall. 126.55 for USD CAD on a 60-minute chart. Movement to the downside on the European trading session. We might see this movement accelerating even more after the opening bell. And now, The S&P 500. There we go, guys. We saw a big sell-off on the markets on Friday for the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones. There we go. We see the Dow Jones opening to the upside today. There we go. Positive opening for the Dow. Positive opening for the S&P as well. Yeah, if we were to go by where it closed on Friday and where it opened today. Fair enough.
It looks not bad at all. Oh, but the Dow, that's quite a heavy one there.
It was an interesting opportunity to buy the dip there if anyone was really, really brave.
Really, really brave.
Yeah, you got to be really, really brave. Right, US dollar index trading to the downside and accelerating the movement once the US markets opened 92,698 and dropping with the RSI and the stochastic pointing downwards. I bet Reiaan is already long on gold. There we go. 1,793.20 for gold. Good opening. So are you long on gold, Reiaan?
Not at all. I'm not in the gold trade.
No?
I'm a bit disappointed in gold, honestly.
Why?
With all the inflation that is there, and gold didn't move at all. And so I'm a bit too much when it gets to gold.
You know what? How people call this? Usually, the markets are priced in. This is what some people would say when an asset does not really react to the news. It means it was priced in already and it reacted to the news in the previous days or the previous weeks. So there we go. I know you're disappointed with gold. I'm not. I'm looking forward to see gold pushing towards the $2,000 mark. Let's see if we're going to see this.
Hopefully.
Right. Let's see what's happening with Tesla, guys. I didn't check Tesla for quite some time now. $738.37 for Tesla, trading to the downside. Big sell-off on Thursday and Friday from what we see here. But the sell-off came after a good rally. So there you go. This is what usually happens. And now Reiaan's favorite, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum. $45,000, almost $200 for Bitcoin this afternoon. It got a bit of a boost on the European trading session. And Ethereum also got a bit of a boost, $3,271.23 after the US Open. Not that the US Open heavily affects the cryptocurrencies market, as the cryptos are decentralized. But there we go. We tend to see a bit more movement on the platforms once the US markets open. Right, Reiaan, tell us more. Tell us more about the markets, because I told you I did not have a lot of time to prepare for today. What are we expecting?
Actually, Bitcoin, did you see Bitcoin, how that one behaved? Bitcoin was actually being hammered. It was last week. Out of nowhere, it just crashed. I think it was on 56,000. And look at that. It was on 56,000. And then it just got hammered out of the way. Look, the whole inflation trade, but obviously for a lot of retail traders or maybe fund managers, this whole inflation trade is definitely something new, because for the last decade, it was just about deflation, low inflation, and QE, and nothing happened. Now, all of a sudden, we have inflation bottlenecks. Economies are literally waiting for chips and material shortages. It's something very new, so you will get a lot of confusion in the market. And I think that's why you have a lot of skeptics that goes in, oh, the economy is going to be out of food in the next 6 months and all of these things. People are just skeptic about everything. And obviously, it's uncertain times, but honestly, if you look at Tesla, for example, there was also a story about the chips that are not there, battery shortages, and all of those things. And look, that's why we are in a modern era where people can develop things quickly. And hopefully that can change, but I don't think it's the end of the world. But for the market, I think it's going to be a flat day. Maybe tomorrow, I would say it looks much better with the inflation news.
Hold on a second, because I have some news about Bitcoin. You mentioned Bitcoin a minute ago. I like it. You're very brave. I didn't like the Bitcoin tank because I own some cryptocurrencies and some Bitcoin as well. So I'm not on the same side with you. I cannot swap Bitcoin to the downside. Right. Check this out. News that came in earlier on. UK Post Office now allows customers to buy Bitcoin through its app. How awesome is that?
No way.
Yep, and I have more coming. Check this out. Customers of the UK Post Office can now make in-app Bitcoin purchases following a partnership with German-based crypto exchange Swarm Markets. The partnership will allow users that have verified their identities through the Post Office Easy ID app to directly access and purchase cryptocurrencies from Swarm's websites. Users can gain access by buying crypto vouchers that can be redeemed for digital currencies such as Bitcoin. A few financial markets experts have expressed their concerns over the volatile nature of digital currencies. Well done for that. Some even suggested that users should be presented with a thorough warning before they gain exposure to virtual assets. Warren Schutt, chartered financial planner, noted, when people buy cryptocurrencies, they should be sold with a very clear wealth warning that you could get back a lot less than you purchased. It's one thing buying crypto online via an investment platform, and that's what the audience expects. But you don't associate this with the post office. What is your take on this brave statement, Reiaan?
That is actually a very good statement. What is the guy's name again? When he said, when you buy something, you might get less. That is actually a very good statement.
Right. Yes. He's a chartered financial planner, and his name is Warren Schutt. So he's very, very qualified to make such statements. But this is not all. I have another news regarding cryptocurrencies. Check this out. Ethereum to 35,000 seen by some people, and 1 in 4 US teenagers wants to buy cryptocurrencies. What's your take on this one, Reiaan?
That is an estimation. I would not go on estimations. That 1 in 4 might buy the cryptocurrencies. That is an estimation. So let's see what the data says maybe in a few years' time.
Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen, but honestly, I do strongly believe that 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 teenagers nowadays do actually want to invest in cryptocurrencies. They are the millennial traders. Yeah, they're the traders that gave this cryptocurrency market the boost. Yeah, that it had, and the millennials basically are the ones that keep this market alive. Because remember, a few months ago, we didn't have any institutions yet playing with cryptocurrencies.
True.
We didn't have any big companies. Yeah, we had the one and only Elon Musk. Yeah, and Tesla. And he probably started this institutional trend of more and more companies joining the cryptocurrencies markets. So if you take those institutional traders away, what do you have left? Okay, the average trader, the 50-year-olds, the 60-year-olds, the ones that grew up trading stocks, I don't think they touch cryptocurrencies, or they truly understand cryptocurrencies till today. Yeah, or if they do so, it's a very small percentage of people above 50 years old that actually understands and wants to get involved in cryptocurrencies. Does that sound fair enough?
Fair enough. You can even include me there. In that
Yes, I know. I
50-year-olds.
love cryptos. You should get a printed T-shirt, man. Just saying how much you love cryptocurrencies.
No way. I would rather print a T-shirt on with natural gas.
Well, as you wish, whatever rocks your boat or whatever makes you happy, you know what I say. So, yeah, this is very interesting. What's happening? Again, from your knowledge, from your experience with the teenagers in South Africa, how many would you say out of 10 that want to invest in cryptocurrencies?
Look, there's actually quite a lot, I would say. Like as I explained, I was actually busy with some research on a FX game. And quite a lot of response that I got on that, and also on crypto. It's been a while now. For the last 2 years, I was doing research on the FX game, and all of a sudden, the kids were asking about crypto, and I have no clue what they were talking about or asking me about. So I can say, if I can estimate, I would say you would look at 50% of 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds. I would say between the ages of 25 and 18. They look quite positive when you look at the crypto industry. And I think there's actually a very good future for the crypto industry. It just will take a bit of time. But for old folks, I would say, or fundamental traders like me, we look at more evidence-based that cryptocurrencies, did it survive a financial crisis or a depression or a recession, or what happens when there is a depression? Will actually crypto go up? So those are the things that we want. We want more evidence before we will put our money in there. That's why I'm a bit old school with your commodities and stuff. And for me personally, I think there's a lot of people that focus on this new era of technology and forget about the old stuff that are still available, and people are just looking past it.
Right. Okay. Fine. Fair enough. I'm with you up to an extent, and I try to encourage people that start trading CFDs or cryptocurrencies to look at both, asset classes. Yeah, you can try and balance a portfolio. You can try and hedge a portfolio, with other assets. But let me show you what happened in terms of cryptocurrencies in Europe last week only. Okay, and maybe eventually you're going to change your mind and accept cryptocurrencies. Right, check this out. Last week, okay, users of City, a Belgian digital parking startup, can now pay for parking sessions in Anvert and Brussels, in Belgium, with Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other 5 cryptocurrencies. The Mexican retail giant Grupo Electra will soon enable support for Bitcoin Lightning payments. Amid Bitcoin's latest rally, the Vietnam crypto mining market has witnessed an uptick in activities. Okay. Panama lawmakers have introduced a bill to recognize Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as an alternative payment option. Banking giant Standard Chartered, what is wrong with me today, predicts that Ethereum's price could climb to $35,000 in the future. They didn't really say near future or far future. Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general may be headed for the dust, according to Swedish Central Bank. The bank's governor warned that private investors could lose their money. Well, like in any other investment. The amount of lost and hodled Bitcoin has climbed to nearly 34% of the digital assets total supply. El Salvador Bank has partnered with digital payments gateway Flexa to boost the country's Bitcoin offerings. And the Bitcoin hash rate has recovered by 50% since the decline in June. So this is what has happened only last week in the cryptocurrency market.
Still a lot. So still a far way to go.
Right. Man, hopefully, right. Hold on, because I saw another news. Something about Nigeria and Bitcoin. I can't find it. Something
Nigeria
about and Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is everywhere, man.
Bitcoin is actually, especially in Nigeria, your West Africa, it's growing actually very fast. Uganda, Nigeria, is actually with talks of Cameroon, where Bitcoin is actually moving quite fast. So there, I agree with you there.
You know what I'm curious about, to be honest, and I really need an insider. Someone from that specific country to give me this information, because I know, and the average income in those countries per capita is very, very low, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what do they actually do? Are they mining, or they invest in cryptocurrencies? And if they invest in cryptocurrencies, where do they get the money from?
Very good question. I must say, South Africa, and if you go more west in Africa, it's a lot of cash-driven businesses that is actually going on. For example, I was explaining to someone from Europe about 2 weeks ago, we have a taxi industry in South Africa, minibus taxi industry, and that works all in cash. And the business is been around, I think it's since the 1950s, and it's just work with cash. And in rand terms, it is approximately about 20 billion rand of exchange of money that goes there every single day. Not like 20 billion per day, but in a year's time, 20 billion. And if you look at, for example, your hairdressers, it's a lot of small businesses in South Africa. And that is actually where I want to push the show of tonight, that works with cash. And if you look at the calculations, if you need to calculate the per capita and all of those things, if you look at VAT and taxes and all of those things, then they miss quite a lot of tax and VAT money because of cash-driven businesses. And if you go up in Africa, especially if you go to your West African countries, it's even more cash-driven. And it's a lot of mobile money that moves around from point A to point B. And people don't use much banks if you go more up in Africa. And that is where the money is coming from cash-driven businesses. And that is where they put their money into crypto. It's a quite strange market, I must say, if you compare Africa to the European countries, but it's cash-driven.
I know, but how much is this cash-driven market affecting the country's economy?
Ooh, a lot. I can tell you a lot.
Spoiler alert! Don't spoil it for us. Let's. I'm dying to see your first show tonight. Right. Let's have a quick look at some trading signals because we are already 15-20 minutes into the US trading session. Let's see what's expected to happen today. Reiaan, do you want to start with the commodities and then I'll do the currency pairs?
Oh, yes. Gold, actually, for the indicators, it looked like a strong buy on a 5-minute, 15-minute strong buy. Hour is neutral, strong sell on the daily. That is actually very strange. In summary, strong buy for 5 minutes, 15 minutes strong buy, neutral on hour, strong sell on the daily. Silver, that has actually been a big disappointment as well. Neutral on a 5-minute, strong sell even on the hour, and strong sell on a daily. Copper, oh my word. 5 minutes, strong sell as well on an hour, and then on a daily, it's a strong buy. Crude oil, strong buy, 5 minutes, strong buy, 15 minutes, strong buy on an hour, and strong buy on a daily. Brent, also.
Remember what you were saying a few minutes ago about crude oil and natural gas?
About the bones. I threw the bones on Friday.
All right. Okay. You and your juju man. Okay. Right. Let's continue. So crude oil, WTI, and Brent oil and natural gas, they all indicate 4 strong buys on all 4 time frames. And US wheat. What is happening down there at the bottom with the US wheat? Strong sell.
Oh, a strong sell. Look, the US wheat is actually a very strange thing because apparently there's a shortage of wheat, and it looks like strong sell everywhere. On a daily and an hour, I would be actually quite nervous to sell wheat.
To sell wheat, you mean?
Yeah,
with the T. Right. This reminds me of something. I saw very interesting news about coffee this morning. Cut it out, Reiaan. Regulated. I saw very interesting news about coffee. Apparently, coffee is becoming more and more expensive. And some people, some coffee experts were saying that, who knows, maybe in 20 years or so, if the climate changes will continue like this, we're not going to have the 100% genuine coffee anymore. Now, that is bad because I drink a lot of coffee.
Yeah, me too. I actually drinking about 5 cups a day. And that would be terrible.
Yep. So not just wheat suffers, also coffee suffers. Now let's have a quick look, Reiaan. Wheat with a T. let's have a quick look at the currency pairs and see how the currency pairs are moving. A few minutes into the US trading session, we see the euro gaining on a 5-minute and a 15-minute chart, with the daily remaining a strong sell. We see the pound undecided with a very shy sell indication on a 5-minute chart, but the hourly and daily remain a strong buy. So just a tiny shake off might happen right now. USD JPY, USD CHF point to the downside with a couple of strong sell indications, and with the daily remaining neutral for USD JPY. The Aussie dollar neutral, but we saw it gaining a bit, so it might follow the euro. Yeah, to the upside. The euro versus the pound seems to be strengthening a bit. We see a couple of strong buy on small time frames, but the daily and the hourly remains a strong sell. USD CAD seems to be weakening more than strengthening. There we go. Yeah, strong sell on 3 out of the 4 time frames. The markets seem to be settling after the opening bell. Euro JPY strong buy on a 5-minute. Euro CHF strong sell on a 5-minute. So the euro is a bit dodgy today, let's say. But what's good is that we see strong buy indications on a daily and an hourly chart, and we know they tend to be more accurate, than the shy sell or buy on a 5-minute chart. And at the bottom of the chart, we can see the pound weakening after the opening bell versus the Japanese yen and the Swiss franc, with both the hourly and the daily signals remaining a strong buy. Right, this is it. Not a lot of movement is happening today. It's only Monday. Okay, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Right, Reiaan, this was it for today. See, very easy one for the first show. I'll go easy on you today. I'll tell you why. Not because it's your first time, because you know it and I know it. It's not your first time. But you have the first show tonight, Money South Africa, and I want you to be focused on that one. Right. That's it. Reiaan, thank you ever so much for today. I'll join you tonight, and I'll watch you tonight, and join me again tomorrow for a new round of Market Talks. Right. Ladies, gentlemen, traders, this was it from my side today. Once again, if you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And starting today, we are called Financial News. This was it, guys. Join me again tomorrow, same time, same place, for a new round of Market Talks. And until then, please remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Keep your finger on the market pulse with the News Alerts tool. Stay up to date on the latest sentiment across all the major asset classes. Uncover bullish or bearish signals tied to specific assets that could be developing before major price moves, and track how news sentiment correlated with price in the past. Track the news volume on an asset, its fear index, and get a better feel for its underlying strength. All with News Alerts, your central hub for market information. That's higher trading from MarketsX. Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
The United States that's actually looking at it. So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar. All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed, it's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So
all of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in, and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander from FX Large, and I'm sitting here in front of a picture of the City of London. I get asked by brokers all the time, why use video? What's the point? Well, let's start with what. You've got webinars, market updates, platform education, and trader education with quizzes, all designed to attract, motivate, and retain your clients. So, why is this better than any other medium? Let's take a look. Video produces far higher click-through rates and share rates in emails and social media campaigns. Viewers are 10 times more likely to comment, embed, engage, and share a video than any other type of content. 65% of viewers will click through to your website. Video added to your website can increase the chance of a front-page Google result by 53 times. Videos on a landing page can increase conversion by 80%. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Think about it. Also, 50% of searches are done on mobile phones. Lengthy text is not always easy to read on a smartphone. Videos, especially videos with captions, are the perfect medium for smaller devices. I could go on, but I'm following my first rule of production: keep it short. To summarize, increase your market penetration dramatically with videos in your campaigns. Make your salespeople more effective and professional armed with videos to close the deal. And let's not forget customer support, who can cut out hours of phone calls and emails with simple how-to videos. If you want to learn more, just click here and I'll see you on the inside.
Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
The United States that's actually looking at it. So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar. All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed. It's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So
all of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in, and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander from FX Large, and I'm sitting here in front of a picture of the City of London. I get asked by brokers all the time, why use video? What's the point? Well, let's start with what. You've got webinars, market updates, platform education, and trader education with quizzes, all designed to attract, motivate, and retain your clients. So, why is this better than any other medium? Let's take a look. Video produces far higher click-through rates and share rates in emails and social media campaigns. Viewers are 10 times more likely to comment, embed, engage, and share a video than any other type of content. 65% of viewers will click through to your website. Video added to your website can increase the chance of a front-page Google result by 53 times. Videos on a landing page can increase conversion by 80%. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Think about it. Also, 50% of searches are done on mobile phones. Lengthy text is not always easy to read on a smartphone. Videos, especially videos with captions, are the perfect medium for smaller devices. I could go on, but I'm following my first rule of production: keep it short. To summarize, increase your market penetration dramatically with videos in your campaigns. Make your salespeople more effective and professional armed with videos to close the deal. And let's not forget customer support, who can cut out hours of phone calls and emails with simple how-to videos. If you want to learn more, just click here and I'll see you on the inside.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX. Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX. Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander. I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Wow.
Binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
Wow.
The United States that's actually looking at it.
Wow.
So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar.
Wow.
All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed. It's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So,
wow.
All of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in, and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Wow.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
Wow.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX. Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
The United States that's actually looking at it. So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar. All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed. It's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So
all of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in, and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander from FX Large, and I'm sitting here in front of a picture of the City of London. I get asked by brokers all the time, why use video? What's the point? Well, let's start with what. You've got webinars, market updates, platform education, and trader education with quizzes, all designed to attract, motivate, and retain your clients. So, why is this better than any other medium? Let's take a look. Video produces far higher click-through rates and share rates in emails and social media campaigns. Viewers are 10 times more likely to comment, embed, engage, and share a video than any other type of content. 65% of viewers will click through to your website. Video added to your website can increase the chance of a front-page Google result by 53 times. Videos on a landing page can increase conversion by 80%. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Think about it. Also, 50% of searches are done on mobile phones. Lengthy text is not always easy to read on a smartphone. Videos, especially videos with captions, are the perfect medium for smaller devices. I could go on, but I'm following my first rule of production: keep it short. To summarize, increase your market penetration dramatically with videos in your campaigns. Make your salespeople more effective and professional armed with videos to close the deal. And let's not forget customer support, who can cut out hours of phone calls and emails with simple how-to videos. If you want to learn more, just click here and I'll see you on the inside.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX. Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Happy Monday and welcome to Live Trading with Untitled Skulls. I'll be your host for the next hour from 5 till 6. Please note that the show doesn't provide any financial advice. Trading is risky, and with all the information I see, that's only my viewpoint. And please, whenever you take any trades based on my decisions, please make sure that you're comfortable with that and that you are willing to carry the risk. Before we continue, we'll go into a short ad break. Welcome back to Trading Live with Untitled Skulls. I'll be your host for the next hour. So today we'll look at a few pairs and we'll see what the market has in store for us for the coming week. I'm not going to take any live trades today because it's Monday, and usually on a Monday the market likes to reset. But in a few seconds I'll share my chart with you, and I'll show you guys what I have in mind. So the pairs that I'll look at today will be GBP JPY, GBP USD, Euro JPY, a bit of USD CAD, and the most important thing will be the dollar index. Now, why do I look at the dollar index? The dollar index is the chart that gives me will give me a nice overview of what the dollar will do in the coming week. So we'll look at it from a long-term perspective and also from a short-term perspective. So firstly, before we do anything, we'll go to our daily chart on the DXY. So the reason why I look at the dollar index provides us with a nice, how can I say, basically they measure the dollar index, the strength of the dollar index basically gives indication to what the dollar will do in the coming week, and also it is a comparison to other currency pairs like a euro, the pound, and also the Japanese yen. So if I just take a zoom out on my pair at the current moment, I can see that the dollar index is trading currently around 92.6 1200. So if I zoom in a bit, I can clearly see that the market found some support here at the 9200 area. It also finds another support areas here at the, say that's the 92500 region. That's correct. And the next area I would like to look at will be the 9300 area. The reason why these zones are so important because number one, it's psychological round numbers, and number two, that is where prices are trading at immediately. So currently we can see our daily candle is in move, and it did previous bullish movement in the opening of London session and the ending of the Asia session. But now as we move into the New York session, we can see that there's a big wick on the daily time frame. But remember, for this daily time frame to close, it takes approximately 24 hours. So we won't be able to make trading decisions based on that currently. But I'll move down to the lower time frames to see what the market will be doing in the coming day. So now I can see that the market finds support in this area. I can also identify the 91,500 region as well, because this is the last area where price found support. And then I'll also identify the 93,500 region. And lastly, I'll maybe identify the 93,761 area as well, because that was the last high the DXY made. So now that I have these zones, this will basically be my support and resistance zones, which I would like to take a few trades from. Now, to my understanding, whenever I look at the DXY, the moment the DXY gains strength and it moves bullish, the dollar increases around against the euro, the pound, and the yen. So now I can see, based on my movement today, we can see that the market had here a minor resistance as well at this particular zone, that is 92,800. Now the price likes to play around the psychological round areas, and here we can see that price had a fake break above that zone but closed below. We can also see that in the 4-hour candle, the recent 4-hour candle is super bearish, and based on this closing, we can see some more bearish movement on the dollar. But on a short-term basis, we can see that the dollar is slightly a bit bearish, and we will see the effects on it when we move over to the other charts. But if we look at it where price are currently at, you can actually see that price is ranging. Because if you look at price level here, let me just quickly identify this. If we look at price area here around the, say, 93,750 area, and also the 91,500 area, we can see that price basically performs within these two particular price zones. So in order for the market to continue moving higher or lower, price needs to break below or above these two zones. So based on the current DXY predictions, I can definitely see that price is a bit bearish. It's been bouncing off the resistance. So my next area where I will look and focus on will be the next psychological support area of 92,400. If price basically finds support from the zone, we can definitely see the dollar moving up. There can be a lot of influence due to the bearish movement on the dollar. It might be a bit of fundamentals. There's a lot of fundamentals going on this week. But I'm not going to go a bit deeper in the fundamental side. I'm just going to focus a lot on the technical today. So here we can see that price is performing between 91,500 and also price level 93,750. Now, what we can see here, if price comes to the zone, we can definitely see some support. If price breaks this, we can see a continuation of the bearish movement on the dollar. And this will have an effect on all major currency pairs that has the dollar, the dollar on that pair. So if I move to my first pair that I'm going to analyze, it will be GBP JPY. So GBP JPY is one of my favorite pairs. I don't know, but I just like the movement on it. I like the movement between the London and New York session. There's a lot of liquidity between that two sessions. So if I look at this, I'll take a long-term approach to this pair, and I would like to understand what the big banks or the big players in the market wants to do in terms of long-term movement, but also because I'm a retail trader and a day trader on a short time frame, I would also like to see, is there any scalping or day trading opportunities available as well? So at first, before I do anything, I would like to identify my highest area over here, also my lowest area over here. So the moment we identify that two zones, we can also see that it's also psychological areas, because if you round this off to your nearest psychological round number, we can also see that it will be about 15600 and also 14800. Now, clearly we can see that price isn't breaking above or below this, so the market is currently in a ranging state. So there can be a lot of influence to why the market is ranging, and usually when the market ranges, a lot of fundamentals will actually be a big driver in pushing price higher or lower. Now, when we move in between these two parallel lines, which is our support and resistance zones, we firstly identify that the market is ranging, but secondly, we can also see that there's minor support and resistance areas within this zone. So the first zone that I would like to identify will be this area over here, because this is where price is immediately trading on. Here we can see from past data that the market has been finding multiple resisting touches on this particular zone. So whenever price comes to this area, it doesn't just break it, it usually comes in retest. So that's the first area that we identify. So we're gonna see for more, we'll look for more support resistance zones. Here we can see another one over there. And here we can also see another one over there. The reason why I like to identify these support and resistance areas is because it basically gives me a clear indication to where price can potentially go. So here I can see another support resistance area over here. You can see the market found resistance, so it became support. That's why I always like to identify that support resistance. So here I can see another area where the market found support. Not so many touches, but it's a good area as well. Let me just change the color of these two, of my two first lines, because the reason why I changed this color, because this gives me a clear indication of if the market is trending or ranging from a higher perspective in terms of my daily time frame. If I go up to this above where price are now, I can clearly see that the market is finding more support in this zone and resistance. The price resisted first, found support, then broke through, rejecting again, finding support again, and now price is trading below this area as well. I'm going to draw another few support resistance zones over here. Here's another one. And two more, another one over there, multiple touches. So what gives me a validation on a support resistance zone is when the market has more than 3 interactions in that particular zone, then I would like to look at it. So here I can also see another resistance area. So now, before price went into this consolidation, we could pick up that the market was clearly a bit bullish, because if you look from where, let's say from March, price were moving up bullishly. So on the space. So that's one thing that we need to also take in consideration. Before the market went into this consolidating zone, it was a bit bullish. Now, if I zoom out, I need to see why price is basically doing this consolidation in this particular zone. Now, usually, to my understanding, whenever I look at the chart, whenever the price is consolidated, it usually do that based on previous data in the past that price also struggled or maybe resisted or found a few rejections on the same particular price level. So if I look to my left, I can see clearly that the market also found some resistance within the same particular zone. So now, to me, this becomes a major area, the red line on top here, because price previously also rejected from that same particular zone. And now price basically also rejected from this area, but also based on previous rejections. And that's why we find the range where we're at now. Now, a range to me is usually a loading phase where the market will basically accumulate a lot of data or getting a lot of late buyers or sellers before price breaks up. Now, whenever I see the market ranging, I don't tend to trade ranges because it's full of trapping moves where retail traders get stuck a lot. So I usually wait for the market to break out to my two key indicators, which will be this one over here and this one over there. So now if I look at where price is trading at currently, I would like to move down to my 4 hour. Now, I usually use my 4 hour time frame as my intraday big time frame, because on the 4 hour, I can definitely see bigger movements for what is to come in the coming day. Now here I can clearly see that the market found resistance over here at 152.60, 650, and now price basically is trading above this current, the past resisting area here. It's trading above this, so the market is finding nice support in the zone as well. Now, what is super important about this current setup that I'm looking at is I need to see clear breaks of structures. Because what I can see clearly now is that the market is, number one, trading below this area over here, which is my key level. Anything that trades below my key level becomes resistance to me. And here I can clearly see that the market is trading above my key level now. And everything above this is support. So to me, I need to see a clear breaking structure for continuation on this pair. For me to continue trading it, maybe selling it or continue buying it. From a bigger time frame, we can definitely see that the DXY or the JPY, is at a major resistance. So that's one key factor that we look at. So now we can see it's at resistance, but now we can also see that it found support, but it's also in a range. Now, what is important is to understand what the smaller time frame wants to do compared to how it will catch up to what the bigger time frame will do, because the bigger time frame will always overpower the smaller time frame. So what I would like to see on this current pair is, in order for me to engage in this pair, I need to see a clear break above 152,650. If price breaks above this area over here, if price break above, I'll definitely want to buy. But I'll buy on the retest of this break. The market likes to tend to retest certain zones which struggled at first to break. So when the market breaks, I would like to take a buy above this area and trade price to the nearest key level, because that is where price basically in the past struggled. So price will basically attempt to struggle on that particular area again. And if price doesn't go up, if price comes down, I would like to trade below and also wait for the retest. Now, why do I have two different outcomes? Because one thing is for sure, me as a trader can't just want to make my own trading decisions. I always need to look at what the market wants to do and need to react to what the market wants to do, and that's super important. Another thing that I also need to take in consideration is, what is the fundamental aspects to GBP and to the yen. So I need to go look at that as well, and that's where your fundamental analysis comes in again. So if I look at this current pair where it's at now, a clear break below or a clear break above will give me trading opportunities for me to then engage based on my strategy. So here I can also see that price also created, if you look on your 4 hour, we can also see that the market also created a nice bullish trend line. And here we can also see this is also another confirmation that price is trading still on the left side of the trend line. So whenever price trades about on the left side, it basically produces a lot of support and it helps price to push higher. So even if we get a nice clear break above below this trend line, that's also a nice confirmation to say that there's some confluence with a nice clear bullish break of trend line and also a break of this support area, and a retest of this will be really great for trading opportunities selling in GBP JPY. So my outcome is mostly a bit bearish on GBP JPY, just based on the price action on this current chart. But what I really want to see, if I can get a break below this area here, then definitely I'll continue selling. Okay, but currently now I don't see any trading opportunity. In case price goes above, then it means it takes out this high, or when it breaks below, that means it's breaking the trend line. So whenever I get those two outcomes, so that will be the thing that will give me patience or give me the opportunity to sit back and rather wait, is when I get a break above this area over here or break below this area over here. This will then give me insight to saying, and you can definitely sell this pair. Now, if I take a sell on this pair, I'll definitely look at this area over here as an exit point, 151,500. It's also a nice psychological area, so the market tends to go to round numbers. And also, if price breaks this area with a nice trailing stop, I'll also go to 155.10. So this will also be a nice zone I will look at. But as GBP currently stand, there's no trading opportunity for me unless I get a clear break below or a clear break above. The next pair that I want to look at will be GBP USD. Now, GBP USD and GBP JPY, they tend to correlate sometimes, but not usually, because there's two different economies besides the pound being involved. There's the dollar and there's the yen. So they two are operating differently. So we'll follow the same process if we look at this chart, the same like we did on the GBP JPY. Now here we can clearly see, just based on our previous analysis, we can clearly see that the market is doing the same thing as it did on the GBP JPY pair. Here we can see our first indicator, the market is finding support. And at this high, we can see the market is finding resistance, and clearly we can see the market is then going into a ranging state. Now, when the market is going in a ranging state, as I previously said, the market likes to load, to get in late buys, late sellers, or to slow down maybe a lot of bullish momentum that was previously in the market, or to get in more sellers to move price lower. Now, from a swing point of view, if I get a clear break below this area or above this area, that means the market is continuing from a daily point of view. But because price is trading within these two resistance and support areas, there's still a little bit of opportunity, but let's see what there is in store. I'll just draw my support and resistance key areas between these zones just for the example now and for time's sake. So I'll move a bit. Let me just draw my key areas This will be a nice first area. Here we can see a lot of multiple rejections over there. We also find nice resistance and support over there. This is a nice loading phase, and see how the market then after that move. There's also a nice support and resistance area over there. Nice multiple touches, and then price broke through. The same happened over here, multiple touches, and due to these touches, I basically identify these key areas. There's also nice resistance and support in that zone. Resistance and support. While I'm drawing these key levels, I just like to say again, please note that I don't give any financial advice. These analyses are purely based on my understanding of the market and my strategies. If you do take any trading decisions, please do your own research. Here we can see another support. So now we can see all the support and resistance areas. And one thing I would like to show you guys is that if you go to your 1 hour time frame, just see how price is respecting these key areas all over the chart. We can move to the left, we can see the same over here. Check how price is respecting, and that is a great entry and exit point to trade from. But let's go back to our 4 hour. Now we look at the structure. We can see that the structure is currently consolidating from a prior bullish movement, and we can see here from July side, we can see nice bullish momentum on the GBP USD pair, and now it went into this loading phase where it's basically consolidating. So now we can see, if we move closer to where the price is performing at currently, we can clearly see that the market found nice resistance in this area, and it also broke the support. Now, something that's very interesting from where the chart is performing at currently is that when price broke this area over here, it came to retest not too long ago to see if this area is valid, and it just whipped up the 1.38,000 price. So this means that this area is valid, and if this is the case, then we can see more bullish movement on the GBP USD. So if price breaks this area over here, which will be the next target, we can definitely see maybe price attempting to go to 1.39500, which is this area over here. Let me just quickly identify that. So we can definitely see price coming into to maybe test or break this area, and this was also previous resistance area, so the market can maybe find more resistance at that zone. Now, if we look at GBP USD, we can definitely go back to looking at our DXY. So when we look at our DXY, we can definitely see the bearish movement over here. So between the DXY being a bit bearish, we can also look at our GBP USD pair, and now we see that the market is attempting to get in some more buyers to move price higher. So that's it. There's a bit of confluence to looking at the DXY, looking at GBP USD, and if you use both together, you can definitely get a few. If you understand the movement between the correlation between the pairs, you can definitely see some opportunity. So one thing I'll look at is, number one, the market whipped up. That means that there's a bit of liquidity within the zone, and this was a retest based on this break of structure over here, which was this key level. So here the market was resisting, and here it broke this resistance, and this resistance became support. We can definitely see here's a nice reversal candle with a long wick, a nice bullish candle, and now we have a nice confirmation candle over here. Now, I won't usually enter around these areas because, number one, price didn't break this high over here. If price breaks this high, I will definitely expect the same movement and with a nice retest. So when the price is retesting, then I know this break wasn't a fake break, but it was really a break, and the support area is very strong, and then we can see nice continuation. Now, we call this impulsive and correction movements within the market. So whenever the market creates an impulsive, it will always create a correction movement where price will find support then and continue going higher. That's basically the market providing you with a discounted price or a reset for you to continue taking price higher. So with where the GBP USD is, I won't take a trade based on the current structure on this bit. Number one, it's a Monday. The market is basically resetting. Number two, and based on my structure analysis, I can also see that the price needs to break above this area over here. Why? Because this is currently resistance. So if price breaks above this area, we can definitely see some continuation with a retest and continuation again. If price, for instance, come below here, we can definitely see a break of structure, retest, and then continue going lower to maybe the 1.37181 area over here, which is this area over here. So I'll always have two outcomes when I do my analysis. Because one thing I've picked up is whenever I look at my chart only one way, my brain tends to not look at all other opportunities that can be available. If you draw your trend line over here, just a slight minor trend line, let's go to our 1 hour time frame. We can definitely see price is respecting this area. So even if price breaks through and come back to the zone over here, we can definitely see market maybe finding support. If not, it breaks traction and continue going down. So before we continue, I'll just quickly go on a short ad break, and after that we'll look at Euro JPY and USD CAD. So we're gonna short break, ad break. Welcome back to Trading Live with Tyler Skulls, and we'll continue with our pair GBP USD. Then we'll go over to Euro JPY and USD CAD. So on this pair now, we identify that the market is basically a bit bullish based on the DXY prediction, but we also need clear structure break in order for us to then see clear trading opportunities. But one thing I've picked up now, if I just zoom out, I can clearly see that the market also has a nice bearish trend line over here. Now, one thing we can always pick up when it comes to trend lines, we can clearly see whenever the price trades below on the left side of the trend line, it basically gives resistance to our chart. So one thing I can pick up is that clearly here was a break of structure of the trend line. The first time we attempted to break, it came back, found support from the minor trend line over here. And also, we can, if we draw a key level over there, we can also see the market is finding some support on this support area. And now we see that price basically broke this area over here, and we had a nice retest. And now we see some continuation. So I'm a bit more confident now in looking at buying GBP USD. Now, the next pair that I will look at is Euro JPY. Now, Euro JPY will follow the same process as I did with all the two previous pairs. The reason why I do that, in order to trade consistently, you need to use the same methods over and over and over again. So, number one, I'll go to my daily time frame and I'll look at the daily movement of what Euro JPY is doing. Now, clearly, we can see here that the market isn't providing us with the same movement as it did on GBP, JPY, and GBP USD. On the screen, we can clearly see the market is trending nicely. From this area over here, we can see nice impulsive correction, and now we had a big impulsive movement and a nice correction movement. We can also see that the price is here around the 128 psychological round numbers. So I always like to identify my support resistant areas also around my psychological round numbers. We can also identify no, it's no need to change the color. We can also identify around the 13400 area as well. There was also a nice high, also as a resistance, and now we just work in between these areas. Now we can see over here, price is finding nice support. Here we can also see some nice support again. We can see some nice resistance. Some nice resistance again. Now, one thing I would like to say before I even continue drawing my support resistant areas is that based on what the structure is telling me that the pair is overall bullish. How do I know that? I can basically see just based on how the market is operating, that the market is trending. You can see here, if you just take it from this low area over here from May, you can see market traded a nice impulsive movement, correction movement, another impulsive movement. So price is all time creating higher highs and higher lows. So that to me is a market trending. Another way I can identify this, if I look at my higher lows. My higher lows is whole time higher in closing than it was previously. Here we can see the price created another impulsive movement, and here we can see another higher low, and here we can also see price pushing up a bit more. Here we can see the same thing. So based on this structure as well, I know for a fact the market is bullish. Now, the one thing that I need to understand or do is the moment I know that the price is overall bullish, I need to go find an entry point for where I would like to buy this from. You see, based on the other two charts, it was consolidating, so I had two different answers or two different outcomes to what the market will do and how I will react to it. But on Euro JPY, my perspective is a bit different because I can see a clear bullish dominance on this particular pair. So if I draw my support and resistance areas, which is very important to me because this is always my first level of analysis. Now, based on this, I can identify certain turning points or key areas in the market where I would like to enter and exit. So here I can also see the market found nice support resistance. Here as well, nice support resistance as well. And the last area is this one, nice support resistance. So now I can pick this up. So what I'll do is I'll go to a time frame lower to see if structure provides me with a nice opportunity. So here we can clearly see from the higher movement on the higher time frame, which is our daily, we can pick up that number one. This was a higher high from the daily time frame, and we can also pick up that this was, let me just clear this, was a higher low from my daily time frame. So here we can clearly see that price, in terms of our understanding when it comes to support resistance, we can also see that price broke this area over here and price came to test that area. So to me, that's a valid area. So what I can see as well is that market is very, very bullish on the 4 hour. After price rejected, we had a nice bullish candle. Now, what I'll do basically when I look at this, I can clearly see that the first time it attempted, it didn't break the support and it rejected for a second time, and there was a clear break over there. So I know that this resistance turned to support in this particular zone. Now I would like to go to my 1 hour time frame. And the reason why I would like to do that is because I would like to see where the market basically had immediate rejections before price broke with this bullish candles. Now I know I'm jumping the gun where I move from support resistance and I look at structure quickly, then I look at rejecting candles, or I look at a lot of different things. But that is my way of looking at the market with my understanding. So I don't unfortunately have the luxury of time to explain each and everything in detail. Now, if I look at this rejection area over here, I can clearly see that price had multiple attempts in breaking this, and it eventually broke this area. Now, You can't catch a falling knife. This is basically what is happening over here. So in order for me to continue buying this pair higher, I need to wait for a nice pullback to come back to retest the zone. Now, it doesn't come back all the time. But what I want is for price to at least attempt to come to this particular region before I engage in this trade. Because one thing I'm scared of is if I take a buy over there, that the market will pull back with me being in there as a buyer. And I don't want to risk unnecessary capital. So what I'll do is I'll wait for the market to come back to this area. Because remember, on a shorter time frame, this is a lot of resistance. So this is a resistance zone. So this resistance got broken. And I would like to see if there's a nice opportunity to buy around this price area. If I look at the zone as well, I can see that this is also, if I need to round this price area off, I can see there's also a nice psychological round number, 190 to 129,750, which is also a nice psychological round number. So I expect price to maybe come back to the zone. And when price come back, I will look at these key areas as exit points where I would like to exit these markets. But let's get a broader viewpoint of what Euro JPY wants to do over the longer period. Let me just quickly take off this. So here we can clearly see there's a nice break of structure. Now, I like to create zones in the market which I call my problem zones. The reason why I call that my problem zones is because usually price doesn't just go to an area and just breaks it when there was multiple interaction. So here I can clearly identify that this is one of my problem zones. Number two, I can identify that this is also one of my problem zones. And this is the biggest problem zone. Why? From a daily point of view, this was the last high that was created. Now, price took months to drop from this area till here. So we don't have the luxury to wait months for a trading setup to see continuation. What we need to do is see from a daily point of view what small opportunities is there available. Now, if I can get price, or if price, not because the market don't care what I think, if price can break above this area over here, we can have a slight break of structure of this resistance. If we can get another break over here, we get a slight break of structure when it comes to this resistance. So that means that price took out the last resisting zones where price is trading at immediately, and this means that if we trade in above this price area, which is 130.6 to 22, we will then see more bullish momentum moving in and price moving up. So I can't say that the market, for instance, will go to 134 in the next few days, because price took a few months to drop to this area, so it will also take a long period for the price to continue going up. If we draw our trend lines over here just to see what the market overall done, we can definitely pick up that price broke this trend line over here as well. We got a clear break and retest. Now we have the bull stepping in again, taking price higher. So my viewpoint on Euro JPY is definitely going long. So I would like to buy this, but whenever I get a clear entry on the space. So maybe on our show tomorrow, because I'll be live from Monday to Thursday, I'll maybe show you guys before and after setups of me taking maybe a trade or two on the analysis we did so far. So I would like to get a clear break again. As I said, a clear break, which happened over here, a nice retest, and some continuation. So if I look at this will be a nice trade of about, say, 32 pips, which isn't too bad. It stops below this area over here. Say 10 pips. 10 pips is just below that wick. 9.5. You get a nice risk to reward about 1 to 3, which is not too bad. Risk management is very, very, very important when it comes to trading. One thing that I also like to do is here we can see a nice trend line over there as well. If we get a nice clear break above this trend line as well, we can definitely see price moving up. So when I do my analysis, I like to look at a lot of technical tools to make and have. It just needs to make sense with what I see. That's the most important thing. When, the moment I get a lot of confluence on my analysis, that's when I'm the most comfortable taking a trade. And I won't just take a trade because I see a support area and resistance. There needs to be more information, and that's what trading is about. Trading is all about finding a lot of information and taking the best trades based on that information. So my bias on Euro JPY is definitely bullish. So if I would like to enter, I'll definitely enter around this price area over here. As I said, stops over there. My first TP will be over here. I know price will probably hit this area and then come and reject, but we can definitely even move it till here. But my main focus will be if price basically rejects from this area, I'll definitely close my trade. But if it breaks below, I'll definitely take price to this resistance area over here, because here we also get some multiple touches. So your exit area is just as important as your entry area. You can't just enter the market without knowing when to exit. That means that you didn't do proper analysis and proper planning. So when you look at Euro JPY, this will definitely be a setup I would like to take, just based on my technical analysis and technical understanding of trading these particular pair. I think there's one more pair that I'll analyze, and that will be USD CAD. Now, one thing I've picked up about USD CAD, whenever we go into the opening of the New York session, it basically picks up volatility. And the nice thing about that is the perfect time to trade this particular pair. Now, I'll do the same process I'll follow over and over again when I do my analysis on this pair again. If I look at my overall movement on my daily time frame, I can pick up that the market is very bearish. Why? I can see consistent lower low closes and lower high. So in terms of structure, I know that the market is bearish. Now that I know that, I'll move to the immediate price area where price is performing at currently now. I can identify that the market basically created this low over here. Now, one thing you need to understand with a trending market is, in order for the price to continue going lower, the market needs to continue taking out the previous lows. That means that the market is trending. Currently now, we can see that the market basically created this low over here and then moved up. Now, if we look this based on this bearish movement over here, we can definitely see that the market just provided us with a nice correction movement, which is also known as a pullback. So this doesn't mean that price changed direction. So here we can also see the price created a nice resistance support area over there, nice break. From a short-term perspective, in terms of day trading, we would have probably gotten a few buying opportunities from this area over here. But it's always risky to buy into a selling market, because basically you're trading against the trend. So the safest way to trade a trending market is always to trade when the market is selling and just continue waiting for selling opportunities. Once again, I'm not giving any trading advice. This is just my understanding to how I look at the market. While I'm drawing my support and resistance areas, please note, if you really like the content on the show, please don't forget to like, subscribe, because I'll be live 4 days a week, from Monday to Thursday, 5 to 6 every day. Here we can also see another resistance area over here. Okay, so the reason why I only draw the key levels on this area over here, because this is where price is performing it immediately. It won't make sense for me to go back all the way to 2020, 2019, because that's not the price I do take it into consideration when I do my overall analysis, but it's not something I would look at the whole time. So number one, we can clearly see that price basically created this low and then pushed back to this resistance area over here. Now we can see that price basically created its previous higher lows on these 2 occasions. So I'll identify this, because this is my targets I would like to look at in terms of structure. So here we can see that price is still trading below this previous higher low. And here we can see that this was also the last higher low that price also tried to take out. Now, one thing that we need to know, if we look at where price are currently at now, we can definitely see that price attempted to take out these 2 areas. But one thing I know for sure, Whenever I see a wick, to me that means nothing. That means that price attempted, but it didn't succeed. Because if I draw a line, or say, let me make a circle over this wick over here. So here we can clearly see this is a wick. If I go to my line chart, I can definitely see that price didn't hold in that particular area. So to me, I don't want to look at that line as being a solid candle. So whenever price provides you with a candle, it gives you real information to say that price basically closed on this area or closed above this price area. So price attempted, and on this attempt, price attempted. So now we can clearly see the market found resistance, and this was very strong because this whole daily candle got taken out. So when this candle closed, so during the day, maybe in the Asia London session, this was bullish. And before the New York session closed and we moved over to the new Asia session, the market closed bearish, meaning this is a wick. It means nothing to me. So now we can clearly see that the price is bearish. So all I want from this chart is selling opportunities. Now I'll go back to my DXY. Why do I say that? My DXY is what? Bearish. So based on that, I would just love to sell. I can't look at my DXY as being bearish and then I want to buy the dollar, because clearly the DXY is giving me indication that the dollar is weak. So here I can clearly see as well that the market is finding nice resistance in this area as well. So I like to identify the immediate resistance and support. And we got a clear rejection from that area as well. Let's move to the 4 hour. Here we can clearly see a nice clear rejection. From a pattern point of view, for those who use patterns, we can clearly look at this as well as being a neckline. Price attempted to break below, but it faked out. And we can clearly see that the market provides us with a double top as well. So here we have our first attempt. And here we have our second attempt. Now, basically, a double top just gives us a reversal confirmation, because that means that the market attempted and it lost momentum. So there we got a nice double top momentum as well. We can clearly see that the sellers came in, the buyers are super weak, because we can look at that based on the amount of bear candles there is compared to the bullish candles. What we can also see if we draw our trend lines, I love to use my trend lines because I think it's a very effective tool as well. Here we can clearly see the price is finding support on it as well. So a clear break below this will also be great. So I don't have two outcomes. My only outcome I would like for you is the cat is to sell the pair. Based on the dollar looking a bit weak on the DXY, I still have to do a bit more research in terms of fundamentals, what the news outcomes will be for tomorrow, the day after that, and for the rest of the week. So that's going to help me. If the news is also in favor of this analysis, I'll definitely take it. But I can't just make any trading decision just based on what I see on the chart. Fundamentals are the big driver of the market as well. So here, I can definitely see price rejecting. So now I would like a clear break below this. So if I would like to take this trade, I'll definitely take an early entry if price break this area over here. And my actual entry where I'll scale in will be if price break below this area over here. That will basically be my two trades. So if price breaks below, a nice pullback to the zone will be super great. If we use our FIP, if we get a nice 50%, 30% retracement on it, it can also be a nice confluence. If we identify the zone over here, you can also see psychological round number on my right hand side, 1.25500, meaning that price, if price breaks this area, it will definitely maybe come back to test. It's also a retest on the trend line as well, which is super important. And then we can see a nice continuation of structure. Here we can clearly see prices still trading on the left side of this trend line, which means that the market is still finding support as well. So if I just take an overview of all the stuff we went through, GPP, JPY, my bias is definitely bearish. Bullish depending if it breaks the structure over here. If I look at GPP USD, definitely bullish based on the dollar weakness that I'm expecting. Euro JPY, definitely looking for a clear break and retest. Here we can clearly see that price is coming back into the zone. So we might get another trading opportunity within the New York session. I might take it. And then lastly will be our USD CAD. So that is it from me, your host, Starren Skulls. That's my live trading session with you today. I know I went a bit quick through the charts, but tomorrow we'll follow up and see how the market basically reacted to what I predicted. And thanks a lot. And once again, if you really like the show or like the information I said, please like and subscribe. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you very much.
Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
The United States that's actually looking at it. So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar. All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed. It's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So
all of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander from FX Large, and I'm sitting here in front of a picture of the City of London. I get asked by brokers all the time, why use video? What's the point? Well, let's start with what. You've got webinars, market updates, platform education, and trader education with quizzes, all designed to attract, motivate, and retain your clients. So, why is this better than any other medium? Let's take a look. Video produces far higher click-through rates and share rates in emails and social media campaigns. Viewers are 10 times more likely to comment, embed, engage, and share a video than any other type of content. 65% of viewers will click through to your website. Video added to your website can increase the chance of a front-page Google result by 53 times. Videos on a landing page can increase conversion by 80%. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Think about it. Also, 50% of searches are done on mobile phones. Lengthy text is not always easy to read on a smartphone. Videos, especially videos with captions, are the perfect medium for smaller devices. I could go on, but I'm following my first rule of production: keep it short. To summarize, increase your market penetration dramatically with videos in your campaigns. Make your salespeople more effective and professional armed with videos to close the deal. And let's not forget customer support, who can cut out hours of phone calls and emails with simple how-to videos. If you want to learn more, just click here and I'll see you on the inside.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then. Hi, I'm Brad Alexander. This is my first show on Financial News, and I'm thrilled to be here. You'll see me every Monday afternoon with lots of good information on crypto, on Forex, on commodities, and whatever you like. If you need anything special, just send us an email. This show is called Brad's Eye View, and that's what it is. It's my eye view. Clever pun there. It is not trading advice. If you need any trading advice, obviously seek a professional, qualified advisor. I provide opportunities. I look at the markets all the time. That's my job, the company I run. But this is not trading advice. So if you need any information on your risks, take a look at your broker's disclaimer. So let's get on with Brad's Eye View. We're going to be looking at quite a few things today, but one of the things I wanted to quickly go into is what I call my order of analysis. And you'll find I'll be referring back to this very, very often. When I look at an instrument to trade, I know a lot of people like to jump into their Bollinger Bands or their stochastic oscillator and make a trade. I always, let me repeat that, always look at the fundamentals first. You'll find me in this show spending a lot of time talking about the fundamentals before we get into the technicals. Support and resistance, of course, is critical for everything. And if you know me, you know I love chart patterns. If I find a rising wedge or a symmetrical pennant, we're on it. And we like to follow it. And to be honest, I've done very well this year following those chart patterns and trend lines. Of course, we use indicators like the stochastic oscillator, and we love candle patterns if we can confirm any trade that we have. So we'll hopefully spot some of those in our Monday afternoon sessions. But for right now, I want to start with a bit about Bitcoin. And a quick anecdote. A student asked me about 2 years ago, what are the fundamentals on Bitcoin? And I said, well, what did Tyler Winklevoss have for breakfast this morning? There really aren't any. Well, lately we've had some fundamentals on crypto. I know Andrew Moreno and I have been joking about our good friend Mr. Tesla, who has been buying and selling and stirring up Bitcoin. Let's talk about that in a minute. I got some concrete fundamental things to show you on Bitcoin, and we'll be back after these messages. Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then. And we're back. Thanks, Andrew. Right, let's take a look at the latest Bitcoin chart. And you'll find that all the crypto are pretty much following the same pattern. If we can take a look at the chart, thank you very much to our producer. See that great, big, lovely green candle on the right-hand side of the chart with that huge wick, and then followed by a great, big bearish candle beside it. Well, we're going to be discussing why that did that today. This is Bitcoin, and you'll find that almost everything followed in terms of crypto. I want to talk about are the fundamentals of crypto, and we've actually had a few fundamentals lately. Let me just back up the chart a little bit, and you'll know what I'm talking about when you see this. And I'm going to zoom out to the daily chart. Here we are on right now, the 30-minute chart. Let's try the 4-hour chart. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit more impressive. On the show, as we've been talking a lot about El Salvador and how El Salvador is allowing basically making it a legal tender, and it just started the other day. Well, it's all great. When we were talking during other shows, we were looking at the idea of hypothetically Bitcoin millionaires going into El Salvador, buying property, having a great time, having a holiday. It all sounds great in theory. In practice, but didn't really work out. The average guy on the street really didn't seem to want to get involved with crypto. So when they launched it, they had a few things, obviously protests in El Salvador, and they had some technical glitches. And here's the thing. Here's what I've been saying about crypto for a long time. I've got no problem with the concept of crypto and being able to trade stuff. I mean, we can debate whether it's real or whether it's a currency, whether it's a speculative asset. I mean, the FCA have pretty much banned trading unless you're a professional because they don't see any fundamental way to trade it. And we could debate that until we're blue in the face. But let's take a look at the current situation. What we were saying was that it's a chicken and egg. It's not going to be a legal tender anywhere in the world until it becomes less volatile. And you can tell by this chart, I don't even need to read the numbers. If you have some Bitcoin and you've lost your value, your buying power of buying food or a property or a car has suddenly dropped dramatically. Whether Tesla accepts Bitcoin and Elon Musk changes his mind tomorrow or not, it doesn't really matter because the currency or the instrument is so volatile. So it's chicken and egg. Do we have a volatile instrument? In this case, we can't have a currency because it's too volatile. It's not going to become less volatile until it's a currency. So you see my chicken and egg dilemma here. So we thought, okay, great. El Salvador is getting jumping on the bandwagon and introducing it as legal tender. Well, again, getting back to the fundamentals, the people on the street didn't really like that idea. There were some technical glitches, they say, in the trading and the usage of it. I have to be honest, and again, this is Brad's eye view. I'm very dubious about that. This reminds me of days of binary options when you were trying to trade or speculate on the non-farm payrolls, and suddenly it says your trade is not allowed because of a technical error. I'm sorry, there were no technical errors. So whether these were real or not, but anyway, the point is Bitcoin fell 17%. Based on the fact that things did not go well in El Salvador, among other things. So, but what was really curious, the president of El Salvador, and I live in Spain, and you can see behind me this beautiful weather in Marbella. Well, it's not that beautiful. It's a bit overcast today, but we're happy about that. We need a bit of rain. I saw on El País this morning, which is one of the major newspapers in Spain, basically said this is what happens when politicians get involved in monetary policy. And that's exactly what happened. El Salvador is a bankrupt country. The president is desperate to do something, and he decided, let's get involved with crypto. It's a very condensed version of the story. But he did something that was very, and pardon me, I don't mean to insult anyone, but very retail. When the price dropped, he got involved in a bad trade. He bought a lot more Bitcoin. Well, you can see that probably hasn't worked out so well for him, depending on the price he bought at. So it really hasn't gone that well. Also, I'm reading today that Ukraine and Panama are also looking at adopting crypto, especially Bitcoin, not necessarily as a currency, but as again, we will have to see. More countries that get involved in crypto, then great. That will decrease the volatility and make it a more viable instrument. But let's go back, and this is really fascinating what happened today. Let's go back to our 30-minute chart. And you can see, as I mentioned in the beginning of this segment, this huge bull candle followed by a even larger bear candle. Well, why did that happen? Well, here's why. And I'm going to go back to an anecdote I had years ago. I was actually helping a friend of mine who was developing some software to read financial Twitter feeds. And I was showing him how the price of gold fell based on a fundamental event. At the time, and this is about 6 years ago, there was a bombing in London, and the police were trying to catch these three accomplices. I think they were brothers, and they caught two. And then there was a news item that came up, so they caught the third guy at the Brussels airport or the Brussels bus station. I don't remember, train station. And the price of gold fell. And I was showing Dan how the price of gold fell. And I looked at the chart, and the price of gold had gone back up again, very, very quickly. So I said, well, it's strange that it shouldn't have done that. There's no other reason. I tried to find this story, and it had been deleted from the internet. It was gone. And I'm talking Reuters, I'm talking Bloomberg, I'm talking the big agencies. Turns out it was a hoax or just bad information. So the price of gold dropped. the world found out it was a hoax, and the price and the story deleted. It was deleted, and the price of gold went back up. Well, guess what happened today? Let's take a look at this. Right, the news this morning was that Walmart announces a major partnership with Litecoin. They're going to be accepting Litecoin in Walmart stores. And if you don't know, if you're not American, you may not know what Walmart is. If you're in the UK, you will know that Walmart, I think, owns Asda or something like that, or maybe it doesn't matter. But they're a huge sort of low-level department store, and they base their success on customer support. But they're massive. They're huge. Well, that's what happened. So if we go back to our chart, we can see that this great big lovely green bull candle, pardon me, was based on that story. Well, it turns out, and look what happens when I click on this story. Oops. Oops, we didn't catch the guy at the bus station in Brussels. Oops. Walmart is not going into a partnership with Litecoin. So here's what happens. So if you talk about fundamentals on crypto, that's it. If you're following the story and you can act lightning fast, you may be able to make a few pips, maybe a lot of pips on stories like that. So I hope that's, don't know if that's helped anybody with their trading of crypto, but if you take a look at Ethereum as well, in fact, I shall take a look at Ethereum right now. The same thing happened. In fact, all the cryptos, if I dig into it, we're going to find the exact same story. So anyway, we all got fooled. Luckily, I wasn't trading it, fortunately. I have to be honest with you. I have no interest of trading Bitcoin because I don't follow, again, the fundamentals. The fundamentals are still too wild for me. So that's where we are. So that's my segment today on crypto. And we're going to see what happens. I don't know if the price is going to get back to the El Salvador buy the dip strategy. Let's see what happens with that. Okay, some other news that's happened today, and I'm going to switch charts here, was that Goldman Sachs released a very interesting report on commodities. You can find it. It's actually a bit difficult to find. It was on Bloomberg this morning. And basically, they were Goldman Sachs, I mean, you say, oh, boo, Goldman Sachs. Well, yeah, there was a lot of booing going on years ago. I think after 2008, they've all cleaned up their act. Goldman Sachs, of course, is one of the largest investment bankers in the world, and people do follow their advice. There's actually no question about it. And they introduced a report this morning that was absolutely fascinating on commodities. And what we'll do, and you can see, in fact, what I'm going to do. Let's take a quick look at oil right now, and you can see what happened. We're going to be coming back and forth to these charts. Here we have the cash price of oil that actually went up very quickly and came back down. And that's what happens very often on these volatile news reports. But what I'd like to do is go back to one of the commodities that Goldman Sachs is talking about, and that's copper. I wish more brokers had copper on their list of instruments. I love trading copper. Even if you don't trade copper, you should follow it. And here's why. Copper is very simply, and they call it Dr. Copper, the best indicator for the global economy. If the price of copper is going up, that means people are making stuff. Factories are working. Houses are being built. People are building jet engines and so forth. One of the reasons that Goldman Sachs is bullish on copper, and right now it's at $439, and you can see that it was back in May, $480. Let's take a quick look at the history of copper. I'm going to zoom out to a weekly chart. Yeah, that's it. This chart doesn't go back very far, so I apologize for that. But copper is at some serious highs right now. And we've been following copper for many, many years. I remember reading a story a few years ago on an airplane about these guys who were going into, when I was actually allowed to fly, going into the markets in Singapore and Malaysia and talking to the vendors on the stalls. I mean, these guys were just dragging metal in, and they were actually trading the stock market based on the price of copper that these merchants were selling in the markets. Whether there was a huge glut years ago of stolen copper. People were actually stealing copper off electrical lines around the world. And it was quite a dangerous sport, if you ask me. But right now, Goldman Sachs are saying, and you can see the bull candle, which, and again, this is a 4-hour chart, so this is earlier today, two bull candles. The price shot up. And of course, we had profit taking. So you can see what happened is the price shot up and has come back down again. I'm going to go sideways a bit. I'm going to talk about the way I like to trade. And you can see what I've done here. I've actually drawn a trend line from May down to today. So basically, and I do this all the time when I'm trading, price came up, hit the trend line, and went back down again. Whether you could consider this a proper trend line because it's only 3 points and today was the last point, I would, but I would definitely wait for a confirmation. So if I zoom out to, let's go to the 4-hour chart and see what that looks like. I mean, you can see we had some railroad tracks there. We've got a candle that closed well below the trend line, and the stochastic oscillator at the peak was overbought and seriously dipped down into oversold territory. That for me is confirmation. You could dissect this if you want on an hourly chart and say, yeah, we had some very sexy candles. Let's take a look at the hourly chart. Yeah, we basically had some blockage. We had some consolidation in a rectangle. You could draw patterns in there, but you would find that they're not that accurate. But we had a huge bearish engulfing candle, which again, I would consider that confirmation. So a lot of people are now going short on copper based on this spike that Goldman Sachs caused this morning. So again, if you don't trade copper, that's okay, because what everyone should do is to keep an eye on copper. It is a great indicator as to what's happening in the world. Here we go. Shameless product placement for my company. Thank you. So that's copper. Again, part of the Goldman Sachs extravaganza. Right. So let's look at aluminium or aluminum. I'm Canadian, so I would say aluminum. If you're on this side of the pond, you would say aluminium. Somebody asked me a couple of weeks ago, what's a good trade? And we had a military coup, which basically took over a country who was producing lots and lots of bauxite, which is quite important in the production of aluminum. And I said the trade would be short aluminum futures. Well, it took a few days, but here we go. The price of aluminum is now falling because these things happen. And you can see two gaps on this chart. And we all say, oh, trade the gap because the gaps always get filled. Where in this case, the second gap, actually, no, I say there are 3 gaps on this chart. Actually, there are several gaps, to be honest, but 2 were caused by the military coup. So basically, today's story and yesterday's stories were that aluminum companies are actually meeting with the military coup and the new junta to negotiate getting back into production. And that's brought the price back down. Again, these things happen. They don't happen all the time. Military coups don't happen all the time. But anytime you see a massive jump like that, this gives you an opportunity to either sell the rally or buy the dip. In this case, shorting aluminum or aluminum futures was the right move. You just had to time it correctly. So we see, again, this is not trading advice. This is just what I'm noticing on the charts. It's fairly straightforward. And watching the news is that the price of aluminum is falling. Keep watching the news. If there are more positive reports out of West Africa, you will find that the prices will keep falling. We still have a couple of bull candles on the last, these is a 1-hour chart, so the last 2 hours. Again, it's probably profit taking. I mean, I could even draw, as we love to do, whoops, I'm trying to draw a trend line and it's not letting me do it. Oh, here it is. Let's draw another one. Okay, this you may want to consider. Again, this is a quick one I've done. You may want to study your charts a little better, but look what's happened. We have a very rough trend line. Price hit the lower trend line and bounced up. And you can see the stochastic oscillator is very seriously oversold. And I've got my stochastic oscillator set for 5, 3, and 3. That's how I like to use it. And you'll find I use the stochastic oscillator a lot. So I'd be waiting for another pullback and probably short aluminum when the time is right. Again, watch the news. So what else is happening with Goldman Sachs's commodity report? Well, let's take a quick look at, we were looking at it a minute ago, at oil. We'll come back and look at oil in a minute. Let's take a break for some messages, and we'll see you in a minute. Hey, welcome back. It's Brad's Eye View. I'm Brad Alexander again. Hope you enjoyed those ads. Right, let's carry on with our discussion about commodities. And right now we're looking at a 4-hour chart on oil. This is particularly cash. Here's a quick tip. If you're trading oil, make sure you're on the right instrument. A lot of brokers will have cash and they'll also have futures. If you're trading over a long period of time, even a few days, trade the futures, because then you won't be charged any extra swaps. If you trade the cash price, you might be getting hit with swaps, but you may have a better spread. It all depends on what you're trading. If you like scalping, then go with the cash. If you're trading swing trading or position trading, then go with the futures. We can look at those later on in detail. Right, so we talked about oil. Right, oil, and I remember discussing this on Andrew's show some time ago. We were looking at the inventories, and I said to him, look, right now, inventories are not that big a deal. This is a demand issue. We've had this pandemic for how long? What, 8 years now? Or no, 2.5 years? I don't remember now. It's all a blur. And the demand for oil, as we all know, was crushed. What was the future price a year and a half ago? Minus $42. It was insane. I wrote a blog that could never happen, but it did. So there you go. The spot price was $9, and I hope you went long when it was $9, because that all went well. The problem was, in the time, there was not so much obviously demand was crushed. There was no problem with inventory, but the problem with inventory is, where do we put it? So we actually invented a new little paradigm of looking at things like this. We had supply, demand, and where the heck do I put it? So what they ended up doing, Cushing, Oklahoma was full. I mean, there was just, there was no place to put that oil. So they started putting it on big tankers and sending it to South Africa. So they alleviated that problem within a month, and the contract price came back down. A lot of people were scared to go long on it because they were scared that the next contract was going to tank as well. So for a year and a half now, we have really been looking at the demand for oil, and every time we had a coronavirus spike, the demand went down, basically. And we all know why, because Business travel was not happening. Tourism was not happening. Production was not happening. So the demand for oil was basically quashed. So now it's actually becoming as well. The demand is getting better. We see we're at $70 a barrel on WTI and a little higher than that at 73, I think it is, on Brent, which is normal. Brent's always higher than WTI for usually inventory reasons, supply reasons. We are now getting into getting back to normal, let's call it, looking at the supply of oil. And one of the reasons that prices crept up a little bit, you can see a lot of consolidation here. Let me just draw, what consolidation looks like. It's that. But price now is trying to break out, and it's actually back to $70 because of a few things. Inventories are getting a bit lower right now because of production cuts, and also Hurricane Ida last week. Things are they're not ramping up as quickly as they'd like. And there's another one. Guess what? Tropical Storm Nicholas is heading to Texas right now, so that may not help things at all. We have a bit of a bearish candle happening on a fall in the price of oil. Honestly, I don't know if Tropical Storm Nicholas is affecting that right now. Let's see. If it veers off, then we may have the price of oil coming back down again. OPEC are still going to be slightly increasing their production to the end of the year. But one thing has happened in the last few days is that it looks like Iran will not be pumping flooding the world with oil like it was hoping to until probably next year. So that has actually curtailed a lot of what was built into the market. So we've got a bit of a dip on oil right now, and we're actually at a key level, and you can see prices come back to that key level, so we can actually see it ranging here. One thing I need to point out, and this, I like to use the stochastic oscillator and the ADX, and we've probably seen a lot of this lately where the ADX has been dead flat. Well, look what's happening today is that we actually have ADX showing us a trend. But be careful, the stochastic oscillator as well is now showing us overbought. So we've got a fundamental story. Goldman Sachs, and again, this is not trading advice. They're saying that oil should go to $80 a barrel. They didn't say when. They didn't give a timeline, and I think they're talking sometime this year. But again, it's all down to supply and demand. If COVID is good to us, if we don't have a fourth wave, because typically these big pandemics last for 2 or 3 years. Hopefully we're getting it under control with our vaccines. I've had a couple of shots. I don't know, maybe get a third one. I don't know. It depends on the Spanish government to get the price of oil back up there. So I would say if you want to go long on oil, watch the news. I'm going to watch the stochastic oscillator. We can see the ADX is showing us an uptrend right now. That doesn't always mean that it's definitely going to go up. Just keep an eye on the news. So what else do we have going on today? One of the things I like to do with the price of oil, and for some reason, there we go. Sorry, my profiles are frozen. I don't know why. I've got a technical issue here. That's not what you want. Here we go. Thank you very much. And I do everything with profiles in MT4. And I've got one called CAD Oil. And I apologize, for some reason, it's not behaving. Maybe now. Right. You don't have to be a pro in the Forex trading or commodities trading business to know that the Canadian dollar follows the price of oil. And you can see a couple of classic examples here where we had a big spike in dollar CAD, which meant the US dollar got stronger and the Canadian dollar got weaker based on, let me go down here and do this again. Based on a big dip in the price of oil down to $61 a barrel, and then it came back up again. I mean, I draw these charts all the time, basically showing the correlation between the Canadian dollar and the price of oil. You don't have to be you don't need an economics degree from Harvard to know that this happens. What I'm finding curious, though, is that the Canadian dollar is not falling as much as it could based on the price of oil. And what's really interesting on the fundamental side, unemployment results last week were very good in Canada. So we're going to keep an eye on that. This is not trading advice. This is just something I want to keep an eye on. I want to see the Canadian dollar getting stronger because in theory it should. So let's take a look at our Canadian dollar profile. And we can see we've got mixed results. These are all 4-hour charts. We've got weakness against the pound. It's pretty much stable against the, we've had a spike there against the Swiss franc. It's getting weak against the Aussie and getting weak against the Kiwi, and sort of, as we just saw, ranging against the American dollar. So I really want to keep an eye. And if you look at every single chart, the stochastic oscillator is showing us that it should be turning. But that's a technical aspect. We want to keep an eye on the fundamentals before we look at these technicals. So we're going to be watching the price of oil and some news out of Canada. That takes me to the next exciting fundamental event. Let me go and take a look at the Forex Factory calendar. Right. Everybody's been talking about the US CPI and how it's going to be taking a look at inflation this week. And you can see by the calendar that tomorrow we have American CPI, and Wednesday we have UK CPI, and we have Canadian CPI. Well, why is CPI so important? Well, it usually is. I mean, CPI is a consumer price index. The American producer price index was higher last week. So in theory, we want to see another increase on the CPI. And basically, they look at it month by month, year by year, and tell us if consumer prices are going up. And that gives us a good idea on inflation, which will affect, of course, commodities, will affect the indices, and will affect the currencies. Basically, analysts are saying that, hey, all the Forex is flat this week because we're waiting for CPI from the States. I would say as well, the Canadian CPI and the UK CPI are not just as important, but important if you're trading those instruments. So, and the reason I'm showing you the Forex factory calendar is because I was using another calendar from MetaQuotes this morning, didn't even have CPI on it. So if you are following, and I make my bread and butter trading following news events, and I showed you one earlier where I want to see a pullback hitting a trend line or support and resistance, and I'll trade the opposite direction, trade with the trend, and that's what I do. So basically, if I want to see, and let's go back to our, in fact, let's take a look at Euro pound. I'm going to show you why in a second. I'm going to go to hopefully it behaves this time, my pound profile. So one of the things I like to do when I'm trading is to take a look at a trend. And right now, depending on which trend you've got, let's say we're looking at the hourly trend, we've got a downward trend on Euro pound. I like following Euro pound, and for purely selfish reasons, I very often get paid in pounds and I live in Spain. So when Euro pound falls, I love it. And my wife does too, because it's great to go shopping when the euro gets strong. Sorry, when the pound gets stronger against the euro. But that's a purely selfish move. What I like to do when I'm trading, so let's say we've got a nice downtrend, and this is not a trend line. This is just showing us a downtrend on Euro pound. I can draw a trend line at the bottom here if you like. Let's make that a bit prettier. Like we might even say this is a falling wedge, but we'll look at that in more detail in another video. So let's say we've got a downtrend on Euro pound. So let's say hypothetically that the inflation news is released. And let's say hypothetically price rises to hit a support or resistance at a key level. Could be this key level, could be another key level. We'll keep an eye on it. I want to go short on this pair. So if price rises to hit this particular trend line or particular level, I will wait. I'll wait for confirmation, whether it's candles, whether it's stochastic oscillator, whether it's many other indicators I could use, and I will go short. I will not go long. Sorry, I will not go short if the news drives the price with the trend, because that for me is too risky. So this is my bread and butter trade. Pull back against the trend with a news event, wait until I have the spreads calm down a bit, get some confirmation on from either the stochastic oscillator or whatever else, and I'll go short. Here I see as well, and I like to do this as well, I see a bearish signal on the stochastic oscillator. Price is trying to get up into the overbought territory, and it looks like it's going to stall. That to me is a bearish signal. So I'm going to be looking seriously at euro pound and perhaps other euro pairs or pound pairs to try and use this to my advantage. And again, the reason we're looking at this now is tomorrow we have CPI from the UK. So let's go back to our whole profile. And if we can see as well, pound Swiss might be in the same situation. Here we have a very bearish, right now we've got the ADX is giving us absolutely no indication of a bearish trend. So we're going to leave that alone. We might go to the daily chart and see if we can find, yeah, it is. It actually is giving us a bit of a bearish indication, and stochastics are showing us a bit overbought, but that really is not going to help me trade. So what I'd like to do is look at something like the 4-hour chart where we've got a clear, you don't need to be even a professional trader to see that we've got a serious uptrend with pound Swiss. And we can see as well that price is trying to break the upper trend line. So we need to be aware that we want to see a bit of a bit price getting back down into the channel before we look and consider that of going long on that. So if we even go back to the 1-hour chart, so what I'd like to do during this news event, if I see price, and I'm going to be drawing a bit better trend line, if I see price falling back to this lower trend line, in fact, let's give us a bit more room to work. If I see price falling back to this lower trend line, I might want to wait for confirmation on another indicator. And again, it's the same story in reverse. I've definitely got some bullish action happening here with just the stochastic oscillator. So if price falls to hit this trend line, based on that news event, that to me is a counter trend trade, and I'm going to be seriously looking at going long on a pair like pound Swiss. And we could do the same with many others. Okay, we've got a few minutes left. Let's take a look, and I could show you many examples of the way to trade the CPI figures. Again, they're saying that the FX markets are flat. They are a bit today. There's a bit of consolidation, but tomorrow and Wednesday are going to be could be hot topics with CPI. One of the things that's important to look at CPI, and let's go back to our U.S. Majors. What's been really interesting about inflation is that for many months, good people like Jay Powell have been saying that, hey, this is transitory. It's not a permanent thing. And I bought into it. I believe that the pandemic had really caused a transitory view of inflation, because a lot of, obviously, shipments were being held up. It was hard to get things moving in warehouses. If you're socially distanced, production was slowing down. Well, things are ramping back up now, but inflation is still there. So we're finding that the central banks, like I mentioned, Jerome Powell, are now sort of humming and hawing, saying, hey, maybe this isn't so transitory. So the story is going to be told this week with the CPI data. So if you've got any trades open and CPI comes up, be careful. If you want to trade it, I've shown you how. I think I've shown you how, by bouncing off some trend lines and waiting for confirmation with your other indicators. So that is basically what we're looking at. It looks like that CPI is no longer going to be transitory. And again, keep in mind, there's different types of inflation. There's wage inflation, which is actually a good thing for an economy. And right now it's difficult with people coming back to work. Certain sectors are offering more pay because they're losing their labor force. Labor force right now is a bit tricky because a lot of people aren't coming back to work because they were getting such great stimulus checks. I have a feeling that's going to end. In fact, that will end very soon, because the stimulus packages are ending in the United States, the world's largest economy. So, and this is jumping ahead a bit, we're going to be discussing this in future Brad's Eye Views. Next month's non-farm payrolls are really going to set the tone for probably the rest of the year in terms of the economy, because we're going to see a lot of people going back to work in real jobs. We're also, hopefully, fingers crossed, with COVID passporting or not, a lot more people getting back into the leisure sector with employment. That's been a very big problem all over the world in terms of employment. So that's where we are with our commodities. I want to go back to our euro pound trade again very quickly to finish off this session. And you're going to find as well that this is a very summer effect. Let's go back to the 4-hour chart, I think it was. You're going to find that, and sorry, you know what, I've got the wrong chart. I apologize. What did I say we were looking at? We're looking at euro pound. Okay, and here we are, and this is a classic example of a summer phenomenon. The ADX was dead flat, showing us absolutely no idea that there was any kind of trend, but look what's happened now. It's finally popped back up. And I don't use ADX as gospel. It is basically an indicator that gives you an idea of whether there is a trend. And you can see clearly, if you don't know the ADX, the red line is basically closing based on closing prices on sell side and of the candles and the closing, and the green line, I've got it, and you can set the colors as you like on MT4 or whatever platform you're using, is the other way around. Closing prices on the down, the upside, I should say, and the difference is a blue line, and you can see now it's separated. So the blue line is not saying whether it's a good uptrend or downtrend. It's saying it's a strong trend. So here we go. We've got, in theory, a strong trend on euro pound. I'm going to repeat myself. Wait for the CPI results on the pound. And also, don't forget, we also have Christine Lagarde talking about the economy, and she'll be moving the markets as well. So I think that's about it. Let's go back to take one last quick look at the charts. We did talk about the euro. And we've had, I guess, mixed results on the euro. So again, we need to see, and I'm going to quickly look at the calendar very quickly to wrap up today. Let me just quickly find out where we are. We've got a couple of different calendars that we use. I like to use the Forex Factory calendar, and you can filter it quite nicely. I'm going to turn everything back on. And you can see as well, we've got, and one calendar has Christine Lagarde speeches as high impact. This calendar has it as medium impact. You have to, I would highly recommend everybody using different calendars to see what's going on. We don't have a lot of data this week, but we have a lot out of Australia. Again, we talk about US CPI, which is going to be critical for the markets. And we've also got crude oil inventories. Very quickly, as we've touched on today, the calendars always call crude oil inventories affecting the US dollar. It actually affects the Canadian dollar a lot more than it affects the US dollar. So if you're trading Canadian dollar, and I've been stung by this before, scalping the Canadian dollar, if this crude oil inventories comes out at the time, or you have a rig count, the Baker Hughes rig count while you're scalping the Canadian dollar, you need to keep an eye on these things, because that will definitely affect the Canadian dollar. Okay, and one last quick thing. I'm going to be running overtime, and I want to show you something very interesting that will probably be affected by U.S. taxes. And we're going to talk about this a lot more next week. I want to take a look at the U.S. indices, and I'm going to show all three charts right now. And this is a very simple thing. I say all the time, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And here we have a great example of buying the dip. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to save buying the dip on indices till next week. You can see, again, this is not trading advice, but I promise you, every time I buy the dip, and you don't need to be a genius to look at this particular S&P 500 chart, how many times could you have bought the dip? And this chart is now almost a year old. Well, no, that's not true. It's November 2020. But you can see, following the stochastic oscillator and the dips on these trend lines, these were easy trades to make. And one of the things we're going to be talking about next week is the next rise in U.S. taxes. They're having a big fight right now, and Joe Manchin and Joe Biden are having a great old time debating tax. And if corporate taxes go up, you're going to find that these indices are going to be dropping in the United States. But one of the things I'm going to close with is that one of the beauties that we've had during this pandemic was the resilience of American investors. Guys like Bill Ackman just kept saying, no, I believe in the American economy. When they go down, I'm going to buy the dip. And he did, and they did, and they did. And look what's happened. it's been an absolute godsend to our global economy. This is not just about traders. If these investors had not come in and bought when they did, when we had these big crashes during the pandemic, we could all be in serious trouble. Between them and the central banks, I'd say we're all alive today because of it. So I'm going to close by saying, take a look at these charts and buy the dip. This has been Brad's Eye View, and I will see you next week at the same time from sunny Marbella.
Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander, and I'd like you to join me every Monday at 1700 London time for Brad's Eye View here on Financial News. This will be an interactive hour with opportunities for you, the trader, on FX, commodities, and indices, and maybe even a bit of crypto if they let me. See you then.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Wow.
Binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
Wow.
The United States that's actually looking at it.
Wow.
So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar.
Wow.
All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed. It's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So,
wow.
All of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in, and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Wow.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
Wow.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Hi, my name is Brad Alexander from FX Large, and I'm sitting here in front of a picture of the City of London. I get asked by brokers all the time, why use video? What's the point? Well, let's start with what. You've got webinars, market updates, platform education, and trader education with quizzes, all designed to attract, motivate, and retain your clients. So, why is this better than any other medium? Let's take a look. Video produces far higher click-through rates and share rates in emails and social media campaigns. Viewers are 10 times more likely to comment, embed, engage, and share a video than any other type of content. 65% of viewers will click through to your website. Video added to your website can increase the chance of a front-page Google result by 53 times. Videos on a landing page can increase conversion by 80%. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Think about it. Also, 50% of searches are done on mobile phones. Lengthy text is not always easy to read on a smartphone. Videos, especially videos with captions, are the perfect medium for smaller devices. I could go on, but I'm following my first rule of production: keep it short. To summarize, increase your market penetration dramatically with videos in your campaigns. Make your salespeople more effective and professional, armed with videos to close the deal. And let's not forget customer support, who can cut out hours of phone calls and emails with simple how-to videos. If you want to learn more, just click here and I'll see you on the inside.
Go interactive with X-Ray, where we bring trading experts to you live in the platform. Choose sessions, watch live market analysis, and catch up on your favorite market insights anytime. Ask questions and go one-to-one with leading experts on gold, oil, FX, crypto, indices, and equities. X-Ray, your very own analysis team, right at your fingertips. That's higher trading from MarketsX. Discover how some of the top executives are trading their own companies with our Insider Trades tool. See who's been buying or selling stock and what their trades say about insider sentiment. Use this unique big data tool to make more informed stock trades. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Good evening and welcome to the Money Show. This is Reiaan Hobson, and this evening we will have Reiaan Manuel. He is actually one of the finest South African construction companies in Cape Town, and he will talk to us about his business. Now, as I said earlier, this show will be about the small business owner, the guy that do the work, the guy that provide for his family, and the one that carries the job of our precious economy. Well, for the last few years, or I would say for the last year, the construction company had a bit of a problem, especially when it comes to the pandemic and also a slowdown in the South African economy. But these are the people like Reiaan Manuel that push on regardless of how the circumstances is in South Africa. And those are the people that we need to respect, that carry the jobs, that pay out salaries, and also cover the taxes at the end of the day. It's quite actually a performance that these construction people do have in South Africa. And in a few minutes' time, I will actually invite Reiaan Manuel, and he will actually share his views on actually his construction company, Emmanuel Constructions. Also, he is a director of the company and carries the weight of the Cape Town economy.
keep your finger on the market pulse with the News Alerts tool. Stay up to date on the latest sentiment across all the major asset classes. Uncover bullish or bearish signals tied to specific assets that could be developing before major price moves, and track how news sentiment correlated with price in the past. Track the news volume on an asset, its fear index, and get a better feel for its underlying strength. All with News Alerts, your central hub for market information. That's higher trading from MarketsX.
Good evening and welcome back. I will not keep you guys waiting. I will definitely get Reiaan Manuel on, the director of the construction company, Manuel Constructions. Please give us a round of applause for Reiaan, actually.
Good evening, good evening. Thank you so much, sir.
Reiaan, how are you?
I'm excellent. How are you doing today?
I'm good, no complaints. And how is business today? It's a bit chilly in Cape Town, but how is things actually regarding the business?
Yeah, things besides business are doing very well. We're having good, fantastic weather down here in Cape Town. I want to greet all the viewers. Thank you so much for this platform. I do highly appreciate it.
My pleasure. Just give us a bit of history regarding your company, the construction company.
Yeah, we basically started in 2012. Obviously, it was a journey that we had to obviously get through the pandemic, and things got getting difficult, especially when it comes to our reinforcing steel. Everything that we import is actually difficult to find at this present current moment, and to find those materials are very difficult, and the prices are high. When you go into tenders, you need to tender as low as possible because everyone is chasing work, and it's been a very difficult season altogether. But we've made it this far. We could give everyone every month their salaries. We could do a turnover, and it was a fantastic year this far for us to do so well. And a lot of companies are finding it very difficult at this present time. And we just very happy to still keep going and still provide for our families and obviously our workforce, for them to still generate an income by working every day, pushing hours, winning tenders. It's a whole lot altogether, you know. But we are trying our best to do good work and to keep our families sustained.
Just also, it's actually a very important thing that you actually were saying. Just to give me a roundabout, like how many people actually do you guys employ?
At the current moment, we're running on 4 sites. So what's happening now, we have about, I would say, estimate about 100 to 120 employees, people that's working obviously for us. Site managers, workforce. So yeah. It's quite busy.
I must say it is quite busy. And as you were saying, there's something actually very important that you actually touch on. With actually, you said there is problems with material that you guys are currently facing. How does that affect business?
Obviously, it does affect business a lot because when you do tenders, you have time frames. So when you do your tenders, and the tender always said like we're doing this project over a year, we're doing it over 2 years, but they are lenient on time when it comes to our projects at this current moment. But it's very difficult. You need to, for one tender in the past, you would have 5, 6, 7 people going into the tender. In this case, you have 20 people, 30 company owners tendering for the same project. So the steel is a problem. Most of the wood is a problem. So COVID-19 has really made it difficult for us as business owners to sustain our companies.
All right. As you were talking about the current pandemic that we're actually facing, I know now, like a lot of people are throwing actually the pandemic as the problem, but was there actually a bit of a problem with business before the pandemic, or was it okay before the pandemic?
Before the pandemic, I would say it wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. The only problem at this current moment made it worse because of material. in the pandemic. But business as a whole before the pandemic was difficult. But I was doing very well before the pandemic, and while we are in the pandemic, I'm also doing very well.
All right. So you actually persevere regardless of how it goes. As they say, the true hustler.
Yeah, we try these things.
Absolutely. And you said also that you were in the construction business since 2012.
That's right. That's
All
right.
right. There was also a description that you actually did send me that your father is your partner, or are you guys together in the business?
Yeah, we the two of us are the owners.
Is that so? Did you learn from the father of how everything works, like the transition?
There was always a passion for business, you know, and I think even in primary school, my mind was made up that I'm doing business, even though I didn't know in which direction I'm going. There wasn't any guidelines at that time, and when he got into business, I think it was about 2003. He got into construction, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, I didn't have a lot of guidelines into what I would love to do, but he would always tell me, like, Reiaan, you have to do construction. That's good money. It will be something that I can see that you will love. And I didn't really take note of what he said then, because I'm a great hustler. So I would rather buy something, sell it here, buy something there, sell it there. That was what I was interested in. And construction just changed your mindset according to a lot of things, give you a lot of wisdom, how to talk to people, how to deal with people. You must have people skills. So it's not only building a house or building a project or building anything. There's a lot of things that goes apart with it. You need to have people skills. You need to have a good communication channel where people can find you easily, where you will be accessing a lot of things and communicating. That's a key in business in the construction.
All right. Also, that you did mention about you guys are covering about 4 sites. Is it to do with the private sector, or do you guys do also tendering for the municipality of Cape Town, or is it both, or is it one direction of where the main business is coming from?
At the current moment, I would say it's private sector, obviously because of money. Obviously we do bank semi-bank houses. So what that mean is the government fund 50% of it and the bank do the other 50%. So we call it gap houses. So we are actually running those type of project and not the so-called RDP houses which people get for free. We moved away from that to the gap houses so they can fill in the middle class people as well. Yeah.
Right. That is actually quite a complex story, because there was a few things that actually came up, because there was a lot of people from Johannesburg currently now from 2019 that moved to Cape Town. And they said there's actually now a backlog of houses in Cape Town. Do you guys actually experience that as a backlog in Cape Town?
Yeah, definitely we are experiencing it. It's because when we do even those semi-bank houses, which we call the back gap houses, you still have people that coming to the sites, want to close down the sites because they feel that they are not being seen or their voices are not being heard because our roads are get burned. It's actually terrible. It doesn't happen often, but it do happen. So we are hoping for things to change soon.
All right. And as you said now that you're working more for our, as they call it in South Africa, the missing middle. That is what they say. You guys are looking after those people, the missing middle.
Yes.
Is it quite challenging for example, to build a house? Because as you said, you get funded from the bank and then funded from the government. Don't you get normally clashes between the two where you are stuck in the middle? You need to complete everything, but then this one needs to pay, this one needs to pay. Is there no problems that you're experiencing because of you that's in the middle?
What happens in the gap houses, and that's the structure of it. They call it the consultants. So which means that that is the client. So the government give the consultants the job and the bank give it to the consultants. So the funds is all by one channel. From there, it gets filtered out to the one that's winning the project.
Right.
So that's how.
So you guys have nothing to do where it comes to that. For example, for example, I register for the house. So you guys have nothing to do with the people that needs to be in the house, like the selection of people that needs to be in the house.
What happens is when you look at the gap houses, they have the same principle as you're buying a bank house.
Right.
Okay. So if you're a first house owner, okay, those houses are being sold for 350,000 rand. Okay. So what happens is you do your normal application through the consultants to a bank and obviously to the department, and from there they get the information back. So I'm just building the product. I don't have anything to do with the client or the tenant that is busy, that want to see the house or want to buy the house.
Right. So it's like the normal process where someone needs to go buy the house at the bank, take your loan, and that's your responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. Now
obviously, when the client is in, obviously, we have a policy in our company, and that's what we state now when we tender in our statements as well, that we give a 3 to 6 month period of insurance. So if there's cracks, if there's water leaks, if there's cupboard problems, if there's door problems, window problems, the whole house we cover it for 3 to 6 months, and then from there, obviously, it's over to the bank.
All right. And how many houses do you guys build actually per year? If I need to ask you like that.
To be quite honest, we're looking at obviously the bank houses. It's a different sector. The gap houses, it's a different sector. Then you get to RDP houses, that's a different sector. The volumes is obviously different. I can build one private house for 2 million. Then I need to build, say, about 50 gap houses to get to 2 million. Then I need to build 100 or 300 RDP houses to get to 2 million. So there's a difference between it. So when I build private, I build 2 or 3 houses per year. The gap houses, say about maximum 100 per year. And obviously when I do tender on RDP, I will build close to 250 to 300 houses per year.
300 houses per year?
Yeah.
Okay, that's quite a lot. And which side for you is the most profitable, if I may ask it, because it's quite personal?
Yeah, you may. I have truth and transparency within inside of me, so I'm all for being honest. I would say, obviously, because of, if you look at your expenses to build 100 houses per year, that's a lot. Your expenses of your transport, how many guys you need to supervise, or how many supervisors you need for a project. Everything becomes so bigger. Where you build one house of 10 million, you have one or two managers on the site with all the workforce. So I would say the private sector.
All right. Because less people that is on site, less expenses, makes sense. And also, like, I know now there's a lot of good things that we hear about. There's a question that actually comes through. How much did COVID impact the construction business in South Africa? This one, just want to know that question.
Obviously a lot, because if you look at it's difficult. The clients are not putting out tenders that much as it used to be before due to COVID. It's just a bad situation where we're finding ourselves now due to COVID, where it comes to material tenders. But we're getting better. Definitely, we're in a way better space than last year.
All right. It also with regard to Cape Town, there's a lot of people that moves into Cape Town. Cape Town become now the haven of South Africa. So the future for Cape Town for the next 5 years, how do you see the construction in Cape Town for the next 5 years?
My personal view to that question would be, I would say personally, it will do very well. When it comes to the private sector, it will do well. If you look at your gap houses and the RDP houses, I don't think that will do too well because of space, but because of people that have a lot of money, buy land, buy a lot of property, they are the ones that we are targeting at the current moment.
Okay. There's also another question that comes through. Construction materials cheaper or more expensive during COVID?
Yeah, let me start here. When you tender for a project, you need to tender already on a lower amount to get the job, and then your material is more expensive. So we're finding ourselves in a difficult position where material is more expensive, but we need to go into a tender for less money just to get a tender to sustain ourselves and our people that work with us.
Ooh, okay. No, I'm with you with that. And when it comes to your workforce, as you said, you actually employ quite a lot of people. And it's also there is an emotional attachment that goes to your employees. During the tough times, as I must say, did you have any layoffs during the pandemic?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and like how many actually?
I would say there was about 12 to 15 cases. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm sure I can hear on the answer it was not a nice story actually to do it.
Yeah, no.
And also like your specific skills that you need to lay off. Did you lay off critical skills people or actually your semi-manual guys that you maybe laid off?
I would say I take everyone on the same level where it comes to my company. I don't respect anyone more than I respect the other one. And I like you said, now it was mostly skilled people that I need in this construction business, and people that was the anchor of the company. But obviously we're training more guys to do the type of work that we need them to do, and we get doing very well currently.
Okay. Oh, it's a very good point that you also put through on training. So you guys also train people and also then on the other end employ the person?
Yeah, obviously, we brought a lot of our people, of our employees from the cap houses and RDP houses to the private sector because we don't have much work there. So it's a total different ball game. The material is different that we use. The quality is different. So everything is different. So they need to adapt to what's happening currently in the company. So it's a whole new adjustment. You have COVID on this side. You have a new type of different type of workforce that you need to employ now. So it was a difficult one, but we're doing good.
All right. There's another question that comes through. Did you have any employees getting COVID? What was the reaction?
Yeah, I would say for the past 3 weeks we had one case, and because we are very strict on our health and safety on all our sites, we do your temperature, we sanitize every 2 to 3 hours. So we are very strict on those type of things. Even if you just have a sneeze, we have to take you off the site, and we are very strict. So we had one case where our digger loader driver, our JCB driver, felt ill, and it was hectic because you needed that guy to obviously to do trenches, and it was a setback for about a week. So he's back today, so that's good.
Okay, I can understand that you would actually feel a bit relief for that. Also, the questions are flying in.
We can keep going.
Okay. What is the percentage of vaccinated employees versus unvaccinated? Oh, that is a bit of a touchy question.
Yeah, I think because of the seriousness of COVID, all of us had to go. So I would say 90%. Yeah.
Are currently vaccinated.
Yes, I would say 90%.
Well done, well done. Also, like the main thing, the expansion in Cape Town is, for me, actually, I would not say it's some sort of a surprise for me, because obviously they are a lot depending on tourism. But one thing that I do pick up when it comes to the construction, it's more for me in your Kuilsrivier area. Like those Kuilsrivier, and if you move further on, it's more there. Every time you just see, oh yeah, and Somerset. Somerset is the other construction place. Is the trend around there? Gordon's
I would
Bay?
say so. I would say so. When it comes to private sector, definitely.
All right.
That is the areas. When it comes to private sector, there you get your houses of 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. So that's where you get that type of houses. And when you look at your more lower rate areas, you look at the health. We're not doing any tenders in those areas. East River. So there's a couple of areas that we still consider, and there's obviously some that we don't consider at all. But like you said, Hills River, Platte Kloof, those type of areas, that is where most of the construction is happening, and still happening today.
All right. And do you do business outside of Cape Town? For example, Port Elizabeth, maybe, Bloemfontein, maybe other areas that you also do construction?
I would say we are based obviously in Cape Town, and there is opportunities of going to Bloemfontein. That's why I was laughing, to do 2,000 houses. So that is a tender that we are still considering. Myself and my dad is still talking about it, but this will be the first project out of Cape Town.
All right. And your father, are both of you actually hands-on on the construction company? You guys are digging in also in the dirt, in the mud. You guys hands-on there.
I won't take it to that extent, but I would say yes, we're hands-on. Yeah, we both full-time into it, because that's what it requires, until you grow a bit bigger, and then obviously you get the necessary people that can be on site 24 hours or whatever, if we do night shift as well. But yeah, we're very hands-on, obviously, because we're still growing the company, and it's doing very well.
Okay. There's always something that always interests me, is around a construction site. Every construction site, then you have very small businesses around a construction site, like someone that sell meat, someone that sells is it always like that?
Always like that. It's always like that. It's like the one site that we have in East River, where when you enter the main gate, you have a lady that sits at the gate selling hot chips, selling some meat too. So it's quite it's quite something that often happens, yeah.
So the guys just dig in lunchtime. They just
between working hours as well. I will get some of the guys, and then I will just make a joke and say, "Look here, if you don't pay me your 10 rand now, then if you don't buy the boss a cool drink, then I'm taking that money off your pay." Because the guys, it look like the guys are craving for it when they smell the meat, so then they just runs to it. So yeah,
just the last two questions. Oh, these small businesses around it, around the construction. I honestly think that these people are also doing well, because the construction is literally helping these people getting a bit of income.
Definitely, I would say. Because if you look at one site, that we have more than 40 guys on the site. So that is your client every day, coming to your spas or whatever you can name it, the whole day basically. So it's quite uplift some businesses in the area or around the construction site.
Right. Just the last question. I must say I'm actually very impressed with your business, and also how it persevere with all the problems that is now post-COVID, and so pre-COVID and post-COVID. How with Cape Town, and obviously you're thinking of Bloemfontein, South Africa in general for construction, how do you see construction for South Africa in the future with all our problems that we have?
I think even if you look at what's happening currently, I would say there's already a spike where we starting to get because we have obviously a history of what we have done in the past. So we have those type of clients that say, no, we want to use manual construction. So we are hectically busy. Even today we had to give in about 3 tenders because people is demanding us. So we are in demand in the country at the moment.
Oh, well done, Reiaan. I'm actually very honored to have you on the show, and I hope we can do this again. It's an absolute pleasure. No, thanks a lot. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate the opportunity you have given to me to obviously inspire the viewers to keep on doing what they're doing and don't give up on your dreams. Even though we're finding ourselves in a pandemic, there is hope. Keep on going.
Thanks a lot, Reiaan. Really appreciate it. That was Reiaan Manuel with a construction company, Manual Construction, literally digging out the best part of Cape Town and building those beautiful houses where there's luxury, RDP, or as you call it, the cap houses. That is it from my side from The Money Show. We will have more of this next. Oh yeah, on Wednesday, we will have another person on the show, also with a small business. That's it from my side. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.